Well, hello friends, welcome. It's another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway, live from Studio 5, just outside of snow-covered Ocean City, Maryland. Man, I don't get to say that too often. I mean, how many times have I said it this winter, where most of the time when a snow system moves through the mid-Atlantic, the DC and Baltimore tend to get hit, and, we tend to stay 5 or 10 degrees warmer than the central part of the state, and therefore mostly we get rain. Well, not this time. This time we got hammered, and I don't mean in the way that I normally mean we get hammered down here in Ocean City. I mean we got hammered with snow. I'll show you. I posted these in our Discord earlier. This was out our front yard this morning, and this was our backyard. Yeah, you don't normally see this in the coastal region down here. Normally, if a snow system comes through, if we get anything, we get a small smattering. But this was an exception. This was a nor'easter in the traditional sense. Came right up the coast with a ton of energy and dumped it right on us, and we were essentially ground zero. It's now moved up to New England, and it's wreaking havoc up there too. But yeah, unusual for the Maryland coast, Maryland and Delaware, we'll call it Delmarva. Unusual for the Delmarva coast to get that significant a snow event, but we surely got it overnight, and we're doing okay. We did lose power almost all of last night, so that made for an extremely rough night for us here. Dogs were on edge, and dogs were panicking about battery backups clicking on and off and beeping. And, of course, if I don't have power, I don't sleep. So, so it was a rough night. We got kind of back to normal today. We did get power back very early this morning, so we're nice and warm. We had the foresight to stock up on food supplies and beverage supplies here at the house, so we're all set that way, and the roads are now passable, and then as of today, our driveway has been dug out as well, so should be kind of getting back to the routine tomorrow, we expect. But, so interesting day, but yeah, everything seems good. Everything seems to be returning to normal for us down here at the Slant Alpha household. We've got a little bit of a different look for you tonight in terms of our itinerary as well, a little bit of a different thing for you. You can see that we've got where we're parked in the sim, we've got some thunderstorms rolling through. It's supposed to be very much a VFR stream, so that'll be interesting as that pans out. We are starting at Guam in the deep Pacific, and we're going to head up to the we're going to hit a couple spots here on the island of Guam, and then we're going to touch on a few more spots in the Commonwealth of the Mariana Islands. This is all part of the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge. We've been talking about this for a while. This is something that we originally saw on the Atlanta ARTCC website, and then the Honolulu Control Facility kind of adopted it and adapted it toward their website. So we go under Pilots and Pilot Passport Challenge. Basically what happens is you enroll, and we'll go ahead and log in. My email address will pop up on the screen, but you guys know that already, so that's fine. So it allows you to enroll in 3 different lists, and each list is a set of airports that they're encouraging you to visit that are outside and above the main big airport in their facility. And in Atlanta, of course, that always tends to be Atlanta Hartsfield, and here in Hawaii, it tends to be Honolulu. But now here's a whole bunch of places where they're encouraging you to visit that doesn't see as much traffic on VATSIM, and they're trying to get more general aviation traffic, and B, more traffic to other places besides their one big central facility. So they have these 3 lists, and you can enroll in all of them. There's no reason you shouldn't enroll in all of them, but they each have separate lists, and then you go to each one, and you get a passport book, and then the passport book gets automatically stamped every time you visit one of the airports on the list. In Hawaii's version, they've got Hawaii big airports. We've got 3 more of those to go. We've got Hawaii small airports. I think we've only got we got 3 more of those to go. So we're gonna knock out those 6, I think, in one more night later this month, or maybe in March. I can't remember exactly when. But we're gonna knock out those 6. But here's the other list that they made. And this is the list of the airports in Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands Commonwealth. So there's 5 of them here in this cluster, and that's these 5 here that I've marked on SkyVector. We're starting at the bottom, the south end, and we're going to work our way up. And in terms of the distance and number of stops, it's pretty similar to one of our river run streams. So it's going to be that kind of semi-short evening. We're only going 113 nautical miles straight line all told, and we're making 4 stops along the way. So pretty comparable in terms of our river run setup. We're going to be doing overwater, so of course our maintenance has to be up to date. We've got to have that life preserver on board, so we'll make sure that we do have that on the A2A Comanche, and we do. And we'll show you that. Very much intended to be a VFR stream, but as you can see, we got some weather moving through and was looking very ominous. We had some lightning strikes that were happening during the tidal roll that unfortunately you guys didn't get to see, but they look pretty impressive, and I think we still are looking at some storm cells moving through. So we'll have to be doing some cloud dodging here while we knock out these 5 airports. VATSIM radar shows that there's no VATSIM air traffic control coverage in the region. Again, it's the Honolulu Control Facility Passport Challenge. Yet we're 3,000 miles away from Honolulu. Because this is Guam is an American territory, and then the Northern Mariana Islands is an American Commonwealth. So on VATSIM, strangely, these are all part of VATUSA, even though they're 6,000 miles away from mainland U.S., the lower 48, but it is all part of VATUSA. A matter of fact, on SkyVector, you can see the world VFR, which is kind of like the watered-down VFR chart that you can see pretty much anywhere, but you can go to this Mariana Islands inset, which is an inset maybe on the Honolulu sectional, but they've SkyVector has made it a SNP and geotagged it so that you can use it here when you're flying in Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. So we'll be using that, and the reason this is important is this has all the airspace designations on it that we need to know about, and all of the common traffic advisory frequencies are all on here as well. So we'll be referring to this version of the chart for most of the evening. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, coming in. Two more things before we say hi to the folks that have joined us in the chat. Of course, I know I'm missing a lot of chat messages right now, and we'll catch up with that in a moment. 2 more things coming in. One is that I really have to confess that I know extremely precious little about Guam and the Mariana Islands. So this is going to be kind of a historical lesson for me. I mean, I knew vaguely that it was tactically important in World War II. And in fact, in doing a little bit of research today, once I had a day off work, doing a little bit of research today, learned how very vitally military occupation plays into the history of these islands here, for better or for worse, right? But really did not know much of it outside of that. And so learned a lot today. Well, I wouldn't say a lot. Learned a little today about the history of the Chamorro people and the indigenous people to these islands, and really the kind of tug of war that has been played with these people on these islands, which were Spanish occupied up through between the mid 1600s all the way up through the end of the 1800s. Then Guam became an American territory at the end of the Spanish-American War, right before the beginning of the 1900s. So we already had Guam as an occupied territory leading into World War II, and then of course it became tactically important during World War II in the struggle between the American Navy and the Japanese Navy. The Northern Mariana Islands were passed kind of back and forth between Germany and Japan through that era, and then post-World War II have been an American Commonwealth. And I think their official Commonwealth status was in the 1970s, if I recall, but have been part of the U.S. Since basically the post-World War II era. And of course, one of the stops that we're going to make tonight is the base where the missions to Hiroshima and Nagasaki were launched. So some pretty heavy history throughout these islands, and I'm sure, like I said, military history that comes with its upsides and its downsides. But we're going to have some fun. We're going to go spend some time flying around a region that we don't really spend a lot of time flying around, which, of course, is the whole point of the Passport Challenge, to get you flying in places that you haven't flown before and you wouldn't visit otherwise. And so kudos to the Honolulu Control Facility for including these islands on their passport list, and we're going to knock out that entire list tonight. One more thing, and then we'll come back into the chat, and we'll say hi to some friends here. But we do have our slant artwork adventure for tonight. We feed pretty much a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it generate an image which becomes representative of what we're doing this evening. And so this is the Piper Comanche flying without the tip tanks. This is Piper Comanche sans tip tanks, I just noticed. But otherwise, Piper Comanche flying over what they call Latte Stone Park. And these latte stones apparently are symbolic of this region. This is what they would have used back in the day as home foundations. They would have built essentially A-frame houses raised on these raised pillars to provide air circulation and to provide protection from flooding in these lower regions of the island. So these have kind of become symbolic of the Chamorro culture. And so this is us flying over top of that park. And again, trust me, I hope I'm not offending anybody. This is a tiny little bit of research I did today to try and understand the cultural and historical significance of where we are today. As I knew coming in that I knew very little about it, and I still feel like I know very little about it, but interesting, always an opportunity to learn and grow. So here we are. All right, let's go back and catch up with the messages in the chat. We've got quite a number of you that have stopped in to say hi, and I apologize for ignoring you for the first 20 minutes of the stream. But hello to all. Oh, there we go. Some lightning strikes happening in the background once again. We got Strudel here. We got Kenny Monster. Jet Pilot Cinnamon stopping in. We got Tabletop Android. Tabletop, how are you? Very good to see you. Who else? We got JJ here. Iowa Scotsman is here. And then, oh my gosh, we got a hype train going on here. Hold on, no. Or was that? Yeah, we got a hype train running. Woo woo! I'm looking at notifications from a few days ago, but Kilnavok kicked off the hype train with the resubscription. Kilnavok, good to see you. Pleasure to talk to you. Good to see you. Hope that you guys are doing well in the snow. Heard from my sister that things are pretty good up there. So yeah, hope that you guys are doing okay, and looking forward to seeing you guys soon. And then we got the resubscription there. We got the hype train up and running, and Strudel wants to get in on the slant artwork adventure. Now, Tabletops has been doing well. I've been off the grid for a minute, but getting my virtual life together. Oh, fair enough, man. Fair enough. Yeah, we kind of had that in a microcosm today. We had our virtual life disrupted just over the last 24 hours, but are getting it back together. But no, I completely understand. So good to see you back here. Though Strudel wants to add some military aircraft flying in the background. So let's see if we can do that. We'll ask for a small formation of World War II era aircraft. Yeah, no, I would say B-29s. Don't want to be disrespectful because of the nature of their use from here. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, a lot of very heavy history in this area. So I said coming in to myself, like, I want to make sure that we talk about it in a respectful term, right? Like, the people of these islands, of course, a lot of the residents of these islands are, military contractors and descendants thereof, right? But of course, the indigenous people here are one of those populations, very like Hawaii, that have this kind of dual identity now as indigenous peoples, but they're Americans also, but they were subject to all this really heavy history. So so we'll try to be as respectful of that as we can tonight. I think just acknowledging it is probably the first step in that, right? Okay, so we're working on that there, Strudel. And yeah, definitely appreciate the respectful tone of it. And I think we're going to try and maintain that all evening. All right, let's get in the aircraft and get up and running. It is the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. We can go back to the briefing here. We can resume. We're going to start with our pre-flight. And we'll start by opening up the door. I'll tell you what. Can we not open the door? Did I latch instead of unlatch? Is it just not letting us do that because we're not close enough? Weird. There's for some reason it's saying we can't open that left-hand door there. We got our controls. No, controls are not loaded in. So there's my... Alright, hold on. PA-24 is active. It's detecting the axes. Okay, ailerons. Do I still have the control? I don't have the control lock on. Not able to click on. Well, hold on. Yeah, not able to click on that. Yeah, not seeing controls move. Not able to click on. Yeah, we might have to just reboot here. So let's disconnect from VATSIM. Yeah, I would think maybe a WASM crash here. So let's end the flight and go back to the main menu. All right. We've flown this aircraft in the sim before, so hopefully with just a restart of the flight, we'll get underway. All right, where were we starting from? I don't remember which building. Might have been there. Well, let's move. Let's do a different location on purpose, right? Kind of make it reinitialize. All right, we're ready to fly. Oh, we got some thunder happening there. Okay, all right. Now things are looking a little more promising. All right, there we go. So yeah, WASM crash or whatever it was, perhaps was the situation, but all looks happy and healthy now. Thunder, yeah, in 2024, yeah, indeed, and of course we have this too. Okay, but anyway, so our controls are all working now. Let's confirm that our parking brake is indeed on. There we go. Control lock is off. Fuel valves are open, although we still haven't figured out how to do that sump check underneath the aircraft. But let's go ahead and start walking around the aircraft. Oh yeah, Strudel says I heard it was like a thunderstorm and snowstorm going on down where we were. Yeah, it was interesting. We had, of course, a lot of rumbling that was attributable to electrical infrastructure, like suffering catastrophic failures. But yeah, we definitely had some what you would call thunder snow as well. All right, so we can take down the tie down on the wheel chocks on that side. Test the aileron. Do a walk around the side. We're probably not going to need any fuel in the tip tanks here. Yeah, well, so if a thunder cell was passing right over us right now, I don't think we would be out here in reality walking around and doing this. Probably not going to be flying this flight in these conditions as well. But you know what? It's the sim. So YOLO, we're going to YOLO it as we always do, and we'll make the best of it. So nothing left in the air intake. Propeller seems to be in good shape. I didn't open up the fuel tank on the one on the right-hand wing side, but we would open up both fuel tanks. We'll adjust the fuel level when we get inside, but of course you would check to make sure that you'd been fueled up to the level that you had asked to be, and that everything was good there. We'll check the engine oil. We should have at least 9 quarts cold. I can't quite see from this angle. So I like the old walk-around. I like the engineered walk-around version than instead of the native. It looks like it's right above the 9, and a nice light color, so we're okay there. Go ahead and button that back up. Let's make sure we get the wheel chock and the tie down on this side as well. And again, would not be doing a fuel sump check on the tip tank since we're not going to be using it today. Aileron should move freely. Flap should not move freely. We got a static port on this side. We want to make sure it's unobstructed. Take down the final tie down. Okay, horizontal surface should move freely. Vertical surface should move, but not as freely. And another static port to make sure it's unobstructed. And then in terms of what we're taking with us here, let's do my small suitcase, my toolkit, and my duffel bag. And the rest of that stuff is out of the way. Alright. And so if we've got time then we would pop up the right-hand wing tank and make sure that it has the type and amount of fuel in it that we have asked for. Alright, let's get back inside. We would maybe want to do another pass with the lights on to make sure that the lights all work, but we'll go ahead and say that we've done that. Let's go ahead and close and latch the door. We'll have the window open so that when we make our clear call, we can be heard. But let's go ahead and check and see what that... Well, let's do the oil. Let's check and make sure the oil's fine. First of all, engine oil level. Yeah, should really be 10 quarts, although it'll read as 9 quarts when it's cold. So we'll add that extra quart there just to make sure. And then when we go back to fuel and payload, we want to start with about 25 on each wing tank here. And I don't need anything in the tips, so we're all good there. Okay, so battery, beacon and nav. I'm going to make sure none of the circuit breakers are popped, and they do occasionally pop, so you do want to kind of double check those. Okay, we're going to go through our startup. We're going to go mix and throttle full rich. We'll get the fuel pump on. Wait till the fuel pressure comes up. We can unlock the primer. Okay, fuel pressure starting to rise. Oh yeah, Qualup. Yeah, I do have differential braking controls available. Use it all the time because always difficult to keep these things on center line otherwise, especially in tail draggers. You know, when we fly, on the occasion that we fly tail draggers on stream, yeah, you definitely need differential braking for those. Alright, so we'll leave the fuel pump on. We can lock the primer. We can leave the mix in. We'll bring the throttle down to about 10%. And we'll click on right, left, and then both magnetos. We'll make our clear call. Clear, 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 clear. We'll engage the starter, advance the throttle slowly. Okay, there we go. Throttle to 1,000 immediately. We noticed that the oil pressure did come up right away. Fuel pressure. We're going to kick off the electric fuel pump. The engine's internal fuel pump should now be supplying fuel pressure to itself, and now it is. We'll lean the mix out to the point right where it starts to lose RPM. So right about to there. So we'll run nice and lean on the ramp, and then we'll close up the windows. Alright, so the avionics can come on. We can get the COM1 nav1 on, COM2 nav2 on. Got the engine monitor, which I don't use. We can turn the transponder on. We'll just go ahead and put it straight into altitude mode there. 1200 is what we're squawking. What else? We got the ADF radio over here we can turn on, and I'm just going to blow past all the warnings. Just hit reset over there. Bet Dave stopping in. Bet Dave, how are you? Alright, let's take a moment to compare our directional gyro to our wet compass. Here we're parked at about a 155. It looks like the gyro always just comes up randomly. Randomly turned in whatever direction, so I'm going to spin it around manually. And it does process very gradually out of alignment, so every 15 or so minutes you want to compare this to your compass and rock it back and make sure that they're in agreement. So we're a little bit closer to the 1.5 there, so we'll go maybe one tick back, and there we go. The METAR here is showing 080 at 16 gust to 26, and we're going to look for an eastbound runway, 10 statute miles and clear, but we can see that there's storms moving through the area. Altimeter is 2987. Oh, and what's the field elevation? So 2987, and that should put us at 305 feet. Thereabouts, plus or minus. Okay, so we're reading a few feet low. I mean, sometimes it's not uncommon that so 305 is here, but it's a little lower on the west end of the field, so yeah, it might be kind of in the middle here. So that's fine. Frankie Sat's with us, yeah, if it loves this plane, indeed. So yeah, it might be just a little bit lower on this side of the field, and that's fine. Yeah, we're going to be doing a VFR flight in some very, very dicey conditions. Probably suicidal conditions. It's alright, it won't stop us. Alright, the common traffic advisory frequency here. Uh, 118.1. And then at our neighbor, 126.2. Now let's see if that's in here as well. 118.1 PGUA 26.2. Okay, so that's correct. So it looks like we can rely on what's on the chart here. 118.1 and 126.2. So we'll get that ready to go. (118.1) and 126.2. Going a long way around for that. And then let's monitor. Yeah, we'll transmit and receive on COM1, and then on COM2 we'll monitor the guard frequency just in case any kind of air traffic control tries to come up and communicate with us. They might try raising us on guard to get us to switch over to their frequency. So we'll see. We'll monitor that tonight and make sure. So if we are, so we've got a 6 right, so we'll plan on departing on this one, we'll call it 065 round figures as our runway heading, and we can set that here with the yellow arrow, 065. And then the runway's up here at Andersen Air Force Base. Which is going to be our first stop. Another 06. I wonder which one of these is the visitor ramp. I guess the tower's here, airfield management operations here, so I guess we'll land on the right side and go that way. So 6 right and then parking on the south side, and 6 right parking on the south side in both instances. The very similar looking airfields, I guess, at least on the map, probably dissimilar aesthetically, I would think. But I bet it's easy to confuse these for each other. I guess it's not as much because this one's like right up on the northeastern tip of the island, so I guess you'd really have to not be paying attention to where you are in relation to the landmass in order to confuse these two. But I wonder if it does happen. Okay, well, with the exception that our weather is really not conducive to what we're doing today. Let's see if we're ready to go. The flaps for departure. Yeah, lightning strikes. Never mind, I don't know the words to that song. There's our life preserver, by the way, so we do have that. Lightning crashes and something. Yeah, whatever. Alright. Guam International traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on the south side ramp, taxiing to runway 6 right for VFR eastbound departure, Guam. So the yellow arrow now represents runway heading. Oh, I'm not back on VATSIM yet. Yeah, good call. Guam traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on the south ramp. We're taxiing out to runway 6 right for a VFR eastbound departure, Guam. Alright, thank you. So where are we? Get off of the ramp taxi lanes and get on the actual taxiway. I don't know that we're going to be able to take from this south ramp, but we might not be able to take the full length. We might have to take it from taxiway Delta, which is fine. That's going to afford us more than enough space. Just ignore what you see around you. Everything is fine. And get our trim set. Guam traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 6 right at taxiway Delta, VFR straight out to the east, Guam. Alright, and straight out and straight in, essentially, but we can do kind of an overflight and a pattern entry at our destination as well. You ready, guys? I'm not going to do a run-up either. Let's just go. Strobes, landing lights, taxi, pitot, and fuel pump. Okay, airspeed's alive. Let's control the center line. Airplane's trying to go sideways on us. Up, and away. Oh, Strudel, I never showed the result of the revised artwork adventure. Yeah, some non-specific, I don't know what those are supposed to be. It looks like they're a little bit distorted. But some non-specific fighters kind of wandering by in the background. How's the weather? Yeah, it's lovely.
It's finger-licking good.
It's lovely, good fixins. How are you? Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to head off the coast. It's a beautiful little island, though. Look at that. Some sort of college campus there, perhaps? And some sort of a, we had radio towers. Yeah, radio and TV stations, perhaps. Not sure. I really just, like I said, I know so little about this area of the world. Probably a shame. Maybe I'll fix that. Yeah, we're definitely going to be flirting with VFR minimums all day. But let's come off the coast. We'll kind of stay to the east of the airport, the Air Force Base. Just ignore those lightning strikes happening all around us. Everything is fine. Everything is kosher. Guam International traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear of runway 6, and we are off the southern coast of the island. Guam. So now we're going to switch to the Andersen Air Force Base advisory frequency. Again, 6 left and 6 right. We'll circle around it to the
everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all fine here.
Exactly. I agree. I agree completely.
How are you?
I agree completely. We'll keep about 1,600 because the field elevation is 600, so that'll be 1,000 foot. That'll be our, kind of our traffic pattern altitude. I don't see it anywhere though. I guess it's further up. But yeah, all very legal in terms of VFR minimums, of course. Like an old abandoned airport there. Not really readily evident on the map, but gosh, it looks like something might be fun to try landing at anyway. Except for the fact that it just took a direct lightning strike. Yeah, no, this is not good at all, guys. This is not good at all. Fuel pump can come off. Well, if we head up, maybe we'll come back and do the Air Force Base at the end. Let's go 027 for 40 miles. That's a nice blind climb here. This is totally legit and legal. This type of aeronautical decision making is what gets lots of pilots killed every year. So I'm glad we can demonstrate for you on stream. We can see. We'll just take off. We'll be okay. Let's take note of the time. 7:50, and we're going 40 miles north and east on a 027 if we can ever get over there. Well, let's dead reckon ourselves an approximate pass so we know where we are and where we are trying to be. So we're on a 095 and it's 7:50, and
Sure, you can't be serious.
we're traveling about 2 miles a minute.
Sure.
So we'll see if we can just steer ourselves out of the mess here, and then we'll try to dead reckon ourselves up to this island. Is there there's not really a nav aid? Okay, there is a there's an NDB we can use if we need to cheat, but we'll try doing it without cheating first of all. Alright, and if we do get up there, right pattern to 27. Looks like lovely weather there as well. 090 17, gust of 29 knots. 7 statute miles broken at 1200. So it'll be a left downwind the runway. I'm sorry. Yeah, left downwind the runway 9. Right pattern to runway 27. So we'll maybe come back to the Air Force Base at the end. The Common Traffic Advisory frequency there looks like it's going to be 123.6. So we'll get that tuned in. Alright, let's level it off at 3,500 here. And we went outbound on about a 100 heading for 2 minutes, 2 miles a minute. So we went 4 miles north and east. So maybe there. 5 miles out on a 102. Yeah, close enough. Alright, so let's turn to a 020 now. Doesn't look like I can, actually. Well, let's keep track of where we are and what we're doing. Gears up. Flaps are up. Gears up, flaps up, and I'm level. Why am I only getting 130 miles an hour? Wonder if we've picked up some icing as well. Wind wouldn't change your airspeed. Wind would change your ground speed. Wind wouldn't change your airspeed. Yeah, I mean, we can lean out a little bit, but that shouldn't, that shouldn't affect our power that badly. 22, 22. Yeah, Iron Man, yeah, we're, rewriting the rule book on visual conditions, very much so today. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Alright, so now we're 070 for another couple miles. So I'm just kind of guessing here. I mean, you guys can check me on VATSIM Radar and see where I really am. I don't want to cheat though. I want to try and do this just through old school dead reckoning. We do have an NDB we can tune in up at the next destination. Next destination, Island of Rota, by the way. Island of Rota. Now at 4,500, so I mean, part of the reason I'm not picking up airspeed is probably because I'm still climbing. So if we did get it properly trimmed out to level flight, we might pick up a little bit of airspeed. But it is still concerning that we should be about a 160, 170 in the cruise here. We're about a 140. Yeah, gear and flaps are up, but icing is what I suspect there, Qualip. It's doing a little bit better now that I'm trimming out for level flight. You know, we're keeping 4,500 a little bit better now. But anyway, again to stress, this kind of aeronautical decision making, flying VFR in this kind of weather, is definitely what will get you killed in the real world. Let me make no bones about that. You don't try this at home. Right. Or anywhere. The views expressed on this live stream are for flight simulation purposes only, not for real-world flying. Alright, so now we're kind of a 040. Sim-trained professionals, yes indeed. So now we're doing like a 040, so we're probably about there. Alright, speed's coming up now that I'm a little more true to level flight. Of course, we're still 100 feet high. And I still want to try and get around to about a 015 heading. Alright, speed's starting to come up now. I'm feeling a little bit better about it. I'm going to bring the power setting down to 19 and 19 because we're going to start a gentle descent here. Whoa, I said a gentle descent. Oh my goodness. Shirtle says, I had a Tier 1 session today. Air traffic control session is what he's referring to there. Was doing routine at Dulles. I'm getting this Tier 1. I'm never touching Dulles again. BWI will be my home. Dulles is cool because of the variety of traffic that you get there. But it's just this big, utilitarian, massive, parallel structure that's just, it's just kind of a little bit corporate and boring. Now these little seams in the scenery, I don't know if they're telling us anything or not. I think those are just scenery rendering artifacts out here in the open water. We still want to be coming around to the west, I think. So if we're tracking north and eastbound, we're still kind of getting off track here, I would imagine. Is that our destination up there? I can't see. We're seeing these little tiny little scenery seams, and I can't tell if that's what I'm seeing up here as well, or if that's an actual landmass. I feel like direction-wise, we should be. I mean, just to, we should be a little bit left of north at this point, or maybe straight due north. Straight due north is kind of where I'm trying to point ourselves. And if we ever get there, so field elevation 600, and yes, I see the NDB, guys. I'm going to try and do it without it first. Field elevation 600, it's a 9 and 27. So we can point the arrow over to a 9. Yeah, Papa Charlie says, glad to see her riding out the storm. Well, we're talking in the real world or in the sim world? In the real world, we're riding out the storm way better than in the sim world. In the sim world, we're in the thick of it here in Guam and the Mariana Islands. Down here in little old Ocean City, we're doing all right. We were without power basically all night last night. So a little chilly, and we're asleep due to a health condition. I need power to sleep, so I have a battery backup, but it only got us through 37 minutes of that power outage. So is that a mirage or is that an island? I think that's another like little. Yeah, I think that's a little sim scenery seam. Yeah, so if we're now tracking that way, I'm just dead. And this is just an estimate. If you guys, I'm intentionally trying not to look at VATSIM radar. But I may need to tune that NDB. We have waves crashing on a shore up there. That might be a telltale sign that we're getting near a coast. Oh, goodness. I don't want to take it much lower than 2,000 until we're sure where we are. Yeah. Are we good, VMC guys? Definitely 500 feet below those cloud bases, right? So again, I can't tell if that's shoreline or if that's another one of those little sim scenery artifacts. I don't want to go too much lower than 1,200. Man, we might just have to either scrub this entire thing or cheat the weather to do it like literal VMC. This is just going to be a night of death-defying, just horrendous. And everyone's going to look at this and be like, this guy's just a gamer. What is he? He's not trying to do this like a real pilot. This is terrible, guys. Yeah, I think that's just a seam in the scenery there. We are tracking a little bit more due north. Alright, well, I'll tell you what. We're going to have some true fun. Because I just saw something that might make this worthwhile. Might make this fun and worthwhile. So let's go into... let's go into climb power. Let's pick up some altitude. Let's get above the worst of these clouds. And I have an idea. Best climb, I'm pretty sure in this aircraft is 105 miles an hour. So we can continue to trim up. Pick up some altitude, try and get above this cloud layer here. So there's 105. Let's try and trim it out to keep that. I'm also concerned, like, if our performance is impacted, negatively impacted, we may be suffering from some structural icing. Some prop icing or some structural icing. So if we're pitched and powered to the numbers, but we start feeling like we're falling out of the sky, you know, that may be the cause. Oh, Cyril says we've both got our requested positions for Wednesday. I haven't even looked. I haven't even looked, but at the moment I kind of have my hands full. Alright, so here's something cool, guys. We have an NDB approach to runway 9 and an NDB approach to runway 27 at this airport. So if we were going to do this legitimately, of course, we would need to get a pop-up IFR flight plan. Not going to worry about that since there's no VATSIM air traffic control on in this region right now. And the controller would be the one to enter that that kind of impromptu flight plan for you anyway. Alright. I'm going to level it off at 6,500 here. And then we'll take a look at this NDB approach. Alright, let me trim down. See if we can get it to level at 65. Yeah, we're still climbing a little bit, which isn't a bad thing because we're still in these cloud tops. Well, so we got trying to close that ad so I have the weather. Alright, let's reload there. So I got the weather controls. So would it make more sense to head up to Saipan first and work our way back to the south, maybe? Oh my gosh, look at this. There's like two air masses colliding there. You got returns going west and returns going east, and they're kind of colliding there. That's crazy. Alright, so, not sure. Yeah, let's do this. Let's head up to the north, and let's go to Saipan International first. they have an ILS to runway 7 there. The NDB at Saipan is on frequency 312. So let's tune in frequency 312. Swap it in. Not yet receiving it. What would be the approximate if we're near there? And we'll go in there. 026. Alright, so we're going to turn to a 030. We're going to maintain 9,000 feet, 030 heading. $63 miles, which we think we're going to cover. What's 63 divided by 2.5 is what? 25. So 25 minutes. Alright, so 25 minutes north and east, and we'll see if we're out of the worst of the storm here. Might need to go up another 1,000, guys. Now, in the meantime, manifold pressures drop because we've been climbing, and I haven't been minding that. We go too much higher, we're not going to be able to breathe. There's still nothing on that NDB. Well, let's top it out at no higher than 11,000. And we're going to navigate to that NDB, and we're going to tune in the ILS. So the ILS is 109.9 and 066. Yeah, 11,000 is going to be the best we can do. Otherwise we're just going to start huffing and puffing. I'll have to enrich my my beverage mixture here to simulate the effects of hypoxia on the brain. Howdy do, Slantaroos is Melvin, Leroy.
Set of 30-weight ball bearings.
The hell you need ball bearings for?
It's all ball bearings nowadays.
Well, Melvin, in the land of the real, I'm doing great. In the sim, I think I've been better, honestly. I think I've been better. Trying to do this this pilot passport challenge offered by the Honolulu Control Facility down here in Guam and the Mariana Islands. We might have to reschedule this itinerary for another night. This is just not working out. Alright, there's 11,000. We're going to level it there. $2,200 RPMs. Manifold's maxed out at this point. 14 gallons an hour in the mix. Just loosely trying to maintain a 030 heading for right now. And eventually hoping to pick up an NDB at Saipan on frequency 312. And then we're going to kind of vector ourselves to the ILS. We're hoping that this ridge in the clouds are hopefully going to break up beyond that. Now I'm still climbing. Let's get trimmed down. Let's keep 11,000 here. Yeah, so the weather looks like it's kind of crisscrossing down here. But if we go further north and east, it looks like we're kind of heading out of it. What's the weather? 080 at 18 knots. So we definitely do want the eastbound runway there. One thing it wouldn't be too bad to do, since right now we're relying mostly on dead reckoning. Yeah, so it looks like we're flying a 020, so let's rock this back. Alright, so wide open on the manifold, 2200 on the RPMs, 14 gallons an hour leaned. And still trimming downward to get back to 11,000. And if we can't make it into Saipan, we're going to kind of running out of options in the within our fuel range. All right, common traffic advisory frequency 118.4. Oh no, tower's 125.7. Okay, still nothing on the NDB. Alright, if we do join this, 109.9066, touchdowns 215, minimums, DME required, which we do have, minimums for the straight in 415 barometric. If we go missed there, so do we have an airport diagram as well? Okay, so runway 7, ILS runway 7, and then it's a left-hand turn off. Or we can sidestep to runway 6. Okay, so we do have the NDB. We don't have any kind of a distance countdown to that, but we are indeed heading right toward it, which is good. We're tracking about a 0 to say, we'll crack that down a degree or two. Still 25, yeah, 250 feet high, so let's get back down to 11,000. So right now we're just direct to Saipan NDB, and then we'll fly outbound, we'll fly the procedure turn, and then we'll turn around and come inbound. Funny thing is we don't really have a means to determine our distance. Wonder if we go to Sky Vector. There's probably no kind of... Well, there is this VOR down here. The Nimitz VOR 115.8. We might be able to determine our distance from that. Does look like the weather's breaking out, fortunately. So 115.8 just to... $70 miles and counting upward. Okay, so we do have a... We do have a reference, and what is the distance? So at 115 miles is when we're there. Okay, so we got another 30 miles to go. 30 miles and change to go. Okay, well, we're going to try to... Maybe we'll start from the north and work our way back down if this... Look, this is just crazy the way this weather is crisscrossing down here. It's insane. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Okay, so 115 miles is going to put us right to here. So we need to get from 11,000 to 3,000. So even though we're in a Comanche and not an airliner, the math works out the same. We've got 8,000 to lose. I'm going to use 3.5 miles per thousand to lose it. So we're going to start that descent 28 miles prior to the NDB. And if it's 115, so it's 87 mile DME is when we're going to start it. So another 12 miles. All right, 87 is when we start down 115. And we're going to overfly the NDB, then we're going to fly out on a 246 bearing with the needle pointed to 066, and we're going to do I was going to say remain within 10 miles. Remain within 10 miles of the DME 7.3. So at no further than 17 miles is when we'll make that procedure turn. And actually, no. So what we'll do 2100 to Cordy on the yeah. So what we'll do is when we are about to intercept the NDB, we're supposed to track the localizer course outbound. Is what we'll do. All right, so we're now 100 feet low. So is this might be. Yeah, this little one here. And then we'll be passing over Tinian. So maybe we'll come back and we'll hit those on the way back. We get to 87. Or 81. Okay, we're going to go another 5 miles, and then we're going to start down. Let's make sure we're tracking directly at the NDB. Yeah, so we'll fly directly to the NDB. Now this reversal is for the missed approach, by the way. Yeah, straight to 1600 and then 28 back to the NDB and hold if we go miss. So climbing right after 16 to 28 if we go missed. And then left-hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Correct, and make sure we're going direct. But my point was, so that is the missed approach hold. There isn't really a specified procedure for making this turn onto the course. So whatever maneuver we want, we'll just anticipate the turn and join the localizer track outbound. But we just can't go beyond 17 miles, right? So we're 7.3. Is what we're making this procedure turn based on, but we can't go 10 miles beyond that. But that gives us 7 miles to get established on that outbound course there. The other thing we can kind of do is just self-vector, right? Once we are within 17 of it, we can kind of just point ourselves on a 90-degree intercept course and then intercept it that way. I'd rather fly the procedure though. Let's challenge ourselves to fly the procedure the way it's written. All right, are we at top of descent yet? 87. Okay, yeah. So we want to go ahead and start a gentle descent. To 3,000. Feet per minute should be about 5 times the ground speed. Ground speed is 150 miles an hour is about 130 knots. Of course, we don't really know what the wind correction is. But let's say 130 knots true airspeed. So what's 5 times that? 500, 5 times 3 is 15, 60. 650 feet per minute. Okay, so right about there. down here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Okay, still pointed directly at the NDB. And then the trick is going to be just to get turned and established on that outbound localizer course. So we'll have to aggressively intercept it to make sure we're just fully established on it well before we get to that 7-mile point. $93 miles, so we got another 12 miles to go. I said 115. And that should be the point at which this NDB swings around. Should start picking up this ILS in the next few miles as well. No, we have the ILS. Okay, we do. So 20.6 counting down. So if it was, so we got 9,000 to 3,000. So we got 6,000 to lose. 6 times 3 is 18. 6 times a half is 3. So 21 miles is what we would want. And we're at 19 miles. So we're good. We can descend maybe just a touch quicker, but we're okay. Don't forget, like, we get 3,100 or 3,000 is what I said, because it's a minimum safe altitude 2,800. But then once we get outbound, we can go to 2,100. So we get another 17 miles to get that extra 1,000 feet. So we're fine. If we're not exactly at 3 by the time we cross over the NDB, we're not doing too bad here. All right, let's make sure we're still pointed directly at the NDB. So at 14 miles, I would expect to be 4,000 feet above target altitude. So again, so we got 3 miles to lose 1,000 feet. So we're, yeah, let's step it down just a little bit better. I'm going to set the heading bug to 201 because that's going to be our procedure turn leg outbound. Okay, I'm a little left, of course, in terms of hitting that NDB directly. Okay, so we're steering directly to that NDB. We got the DME countdown is to the ILS. Should be pretty similar. They should be fairly almost co-located. $13.3, so we're just Just a touch. Just a touch beyond our target in terms of descent rate. Off-scheduled descent is here. How are you, sir? Yes, indeed. Back to the true no magenta line, true slant alpha adventure tonight. So you caught us on a good night. And we are flying a very challenging weather-laden approach into Saipan. This was supposed to be a very VFR stream, and it has not turned into that at all. We might be breaking through it here. So this might be the one we are visiting next. I think our airport's in sight right here, actually. But we'll still fly it. We'll still fly it by the numbers, just for the sake of the exercise. And are we on the right frequency? .57. Yep. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 9 miles south and west, 6,000 descending. We're going to join the ILS to runway 7 via the procedure turn. Saipan. So we'll overfly the field at 3,000, then we'll turn outbound on the localizer course. Yeah, the head falls to tail. So right now we've got it pretty easy. It's an ILS. It's an NDB that leads us to the field. So it's just we're just tracking it straight up. On the outbound, we're going to be flying the ILS track outbound. Now we talked about doing an NDB approach into Rota Island possibly. So we may get to experience that there. But yeah. Yeah, I always like to say, so that when you turn, the tail tracks, or the arrow tracks toward your 6 o'clock. So if you need to correct, you turn so the arrow will track toward your 6 o'clock. Further away you get from it, more it tracks toward your 6 o'clock position. What did I say? Yeah, I'm flying the localizer outbound. Yes, that's what I meant to say. I'm not sure what came out of my mouth, but that's what I meant to say. Oh, in terms of my position call. Yeah, the localizer outbound, not the ILS outbound. You're correct. All right, now we have to anticipate this turn a little bit. So now that we will be established on that leg, we'll be able to descend to 2,100, but we shouldn't go below 3 until we're established on it. We've overshot. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's over top the field, 4,000 descending. We're joining the outbound localizer for the ILS Runway 7. Saipan. Alright, so this is the military field, former military field, it's now civilian field, where the bombing runs were initiated. We're going to be landing there second tonight. Itinerary's gotten all changed up due to the weather. Alright, so let's add a more aggressive correction here. This is A2A simulations there, Mr. Off Schedule. A2A simulations. Wonderful, wonderful rendition of the Piper Comanche. So there's our localizer coming back in. So now we can go down to 2100. And then after 7.3 is when we can initiate our procedure turn. And we could, on the inbound side of the procedure turn, we want to be 2100. Alright, so I'm going to level it out here. Start spinning the props up. Minor track correction. We can't go any further than 17. So we really want to initiate this procedure turn within the next mile or two. Okay, we're doing good on the outbound track. Trying to back the power down as much as I can. All right, we're 10.6. Let's start the procedure turn. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 11 miles out outbound on the localizer, starting the procedure turn for ILS Runway 7 approach. Saipan. Alright, so we started the procedure turn as the second hand kind of swept past the 12. Let's count for 1 minute and let's make sure that we don't go any lower than 2,100. Okay, we're in the white arc. I'm not going to deploy any kind of drag yet. Okay, second hand sweeping through the top now. Alright, so let's make a 180-degree turn to the right. Keep the nose up. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that it means a descent rate either way. And the closest prediction is going to get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. We'll pull it this Friday. Winner gets your choice of Slant Alpha merch or electronic gift cards. Speed's kind of coming down here. I'm going to add a little bit of manifold pressure back in. Okay, let's put that heading bug, which I set to the procedure turn course, or heading rather, put it right on the 6 o'clock mark, and then we'll rejoin the localizer inbound. And we're 14.7. We needed to stay within 17.3, so we're good. Oh, yeah, we're already almost on, right back on top of it, so let's just join it. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 14 out on the ILS inbound now, runway 7, Saipan. Okay, overshot just a little bit, not too bad. Let's descend to 2100, and then we'll intercept the glide slope at 2100, 7.3 out. It's yelling at me every time I try to pull the power out. I'm just trying to keep the minimum amount of power in. We can be down at 2100, and then at 7.3 we'll jump on the localizer. Slowly spinning the props up as well. That'll help us keep the speed under control. Alright, prop and mixer full forward. 2100, right on the white arc. Once the glide slope comes down, we'll get the gear and the first notch of flaps in, and we'll deploy drag that way. Touch more power to keep the 2100. Again, 16 straight to 1600, and then right turn to 28. To the NDB if we go missed. Left hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Saipan's an island. Is this the best place to be flying a single engine aircraft? No, of course not. We do have the life preserver on board, but you know. Alright, we're 50 feet low. Let's get back up to 2100. Drifted a little bit to the left, so we're going to correct to the right. I'm pretty sure I got the runway in sight here, by the way. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 9 out for the ILS Runway 7, full stop, Saipan. Okay, 2 more miles, we should be intercepting glide slope. Alright. Fuel pump coming on, first notch of flaps, gear coming out. Keep the predictions coming in, friends. We'll call, let's see, the touchdown zone's 200. So we'll call 700 the last call, but don't forget to account for buffering. We want to get it in earlier than that, really. Still 7 out, so I'm going to try and keep, we're gear and flaps 1 and 100 miles an hour. We'll bring it down once we get closer to about 2 miles out in terms of the speed, by the way. We'll bring it down on the glide slope, but we'll bring the speed down within the last maybe 2 miles or so. We'll do one more CTAF call at about that, maybe right before that, and then we'll do a CTAF call when we vacate. It's the chair with the follow there. Thank you very much. Oh, Papa Charlie came in with the resub a bit ago, and I think I said hi to you. I don't think I really acknowledged the subscription, Papa Charlie. Thank you so kindly for that. Touch right and a touch low. Very easily correctable. Okay, we are holding on the landing flaps, but we do have, we've announced our intentions to land, so we're good there. Gear is down in green. It is a straight climb to 1600 and a right turn to 2800 back to the NDB if we go missed. It's a left-hand turn off if we make it down successfully. A stable approach if I ever saw one, but there's still plenty of time for me to screw it up, especially when I transition to speed. We'll see how it goes. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 4 out for the ILS Runway 7, full stop, Saipan. Okay, a little bit of a right to left we're correcting for. Want to bring it down to about 80 miles an hour as our final approach speed, and then it's going to decay off of that even more over the threshold. Now we can kind of see that off tracking to the left. So we're going to land right main first. Got to be careful because when we cross the controls up, that'll cause a little extra drag. want to fall out of the sky short of the runway here. As it looks like we may be doing now.
Saipan traffic. Comanche November 114 Whiskey Papa is 12 miles to the southwest. We're going to join the ILS for runway 7, Saipan.
Yeah, I still had to kind of fly it all the way down and then some. Alright, let's make sure we're officially clear before we call that we're clear. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 7, crossing runway 6 inbound to the terminal, Saipan. Yeah, a little left to center line by the time we were fighting the crosswind there, but overall, pretty happy with it. Stable until the last few hundred feet. Then we were chasing it just a little bit, but overall I felt pretty good about our corrections, laterally and vertically. Let's go ahead and get flaps stowed, strobe, landing lights, heat and fuel pump. So yeah, the crosswind corrections on short final, like I said, we weren't perfect. We definitely landed off center line a little bit, but tracking mostly down the center line, so we weren't side loaded too badly on the gear, and speeds were a little on the high side. You notice I came in a little bit more nose down than intended. We had to bleed off that speed at the last second there, but yeah, on the whole, overall pretty pleased. You know, you guys always ride on me for being very, very hard on myself. I'm not hard on myself. I'm just looking for little things that could be done better, because I'm always looking to improve. When a pilot decides they no longer need to improve, the pilot has signed his death warrant. All right, yep. Okay, well, the itinerary got way shaken up from our original intent, but we have landed finally for the first time. Let's see. Okay, so my so this is my dead reckon course. Oh, I blanked it out.
Saipan traffic 114 is about 7 miles out, runway 7 on the ILS. Saipan.
I feel like the dead reckon path that I was plotting to Rota Island looked pretty similar to that, I think. You know, very much kind of curved that way. So I think I was doing good in terms of that. Our hand flying of the direct course to the NDB worked out pretty well. We knew we overshot the turn onto the ILS a little bit, onto the localizer outbound rather. The procedure turn looked pretty good. So the procedure turn, my only critique there is that I made that inbound turn a little too broadly. So I wasn't really doing a standard rate turn there. You know, what this is meant to look like is more like, you know, 1 minute out, 180 degree, not quite a minute in, and then a joint. So so yeah, a little bit of a too broad a turn, but we caught the localizer coming back in, so that worked out okay. Yeah, overall, not terrible. The weather was the worst thing, and of course we took a great deal of liberty with the weather.
Saipan traffic, 145, 3 mile final for runway 7.
Let's see if we can watch. Now, can I go to the free camera from here? I wonder. I'm still kind of figuring out the camera controls here. CB flyers here. Yeah, so overall, like I said, the itinerary got way shaken up by the weather. We were extremely not legal VFR weather-wise. VMC conditions were not in existence. We were flying VFR and IMC, so that's kind of a huge streamism there. But in terms of us executing the ILS approach here, not too bad. CB flyers on a streak. He's streaking across the runway. Yeah, we were streaking across the runway here just a second ago to get the camera in place. Looking for our good friend, Good Fixins. Should be right over the shoreline. I don't see him just yet. Is he going to surprise us and sidestep to the runway 6? I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay. I got a dot right there against the landmass in the background. You can see a dot. It's probably not the ideal vantage point to be standing and watching someone land, but we're going to do it. If he's worth the salt, he can get turned off before the intersection here. Should be able to. I would say so. Nicely done, Good Fixins. Look, guys, our safety was never in jeopardy. I know the one thing I...
Clear, 114 Papa clear runway 7, crossing runway 6, taxi to the ramp. Saipan.
One thing I did not yet do, lean the mix out to the point where it starts to drop there, so we want to be running nice and lean on the ramp to minimize the amount of carbon buildup we get on our plug tips there while we're sitting here idling. Yeah, Seb, part of 2, yeah, you were the one that kind of spurred us to take a peek at the Honolulu Control Facility's version of the Pilot Passport Challenge. So we decided tonight we were going to go ahead and knock out the ones in the Guam sequence. Well, the weather has been extremely uncooperative, so instead of going south to north, we couldn't see the Air Force Base at all. We were enveloped in clouds as we passed over Rota Island. Once we got up here, I think we pretty much passed right over top of Tinian International, which is the big former military base where the missions that ended World War II were launched from. And then so we made our ILS approach here to Saipan International just now. So yeah, our itinerary hasn't worked out like we'd hoped, but if we could maybe make the stop here at Tinian and then back to Rota, and then we'll end the night at the Guam Air Force Base, Andersen, I think it's called. Then we'll have hit all of the ones on the Passport Challenge. As it stands, if we come back here, we started at Guam. If we hit refresh here, we should be able to see Saipan's now stamped. Yes, it is. Okay, so 3 more to go, and we'll see if the weather holds up and we're able to complete that challenge. All right. In the meantime, you guys are waiting very patiently to see who the winner of our landing rate raffle entry is. So let's go ahead and look at that. So yeah, by the time we finally touch down, again, very, very stable approach. A few little crosswind corrections on short final, but nothing out of the ordinary. I felt that overall was a nice stable approach and a nice gentle touchdown. A little bit left of center line, as I recall. No, we were off center line. I believe we were left of it. Had not quite corrected enough for that right to left crosswind. And again, most of it was down the center line, but enough of it was just, there's enough of a right to left component in that slight offset of that arrow, but a 19 knot overall, so there was enough of a crosswind component to make it interesting for us. And I didn't correct well for that, ended up left to center line. But overall, very pleased. I mean, yes, it's a nice low number, but overall my execution of the approach was pretty satisfactory, so very happy. Let's go back to the numbers that you guys put in. We had guesses of 78, 81, 33, yeah, Kenny was halfway right, 33. 53 is Jet Pilot Cinnamon, 149, 115, 135. 275. Now, Frankie, oh, that's 75 is looking good here. So 66 to 75 is 9 away. Is that the closest? 9 away on the bottom end would have had to have been 57 or higher. Right? And I think Jet Pilot Cinnamon's 53 was the next closest one. So I think 75 is looking like our winner, guys. Let me see. Anybody between 57 and 75 other than Frankie? I'm going to run through them again. 78, 81, 33, 53 is too low. 149, 115, 135, 200. Yeah, Frankie's going to be the winner there. Congrats. All right, the drawing is Friday, Frankie, and you don't have to be here. If you happen to be the one whose name comes out of the fishbowl on Friday, I will definitely get in touch with you. PGSN is where we landed. On to, what is it, 23 today, wow. All right, so definitely try to be here. Yeah, excellent. That's fine. But if you happen to be the winner, no worries. We will definitely let you know. All right. So our Slant Alpha prize haul. This is what you're in the running for on Friday when we do that raffle. The person whose name comes out of that fishbowl gets their choice of the Slant Alpha T-shirt, ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag. And then we've got the electronic gift card to Amazon or the xplane.org store or simmarket.com. And you get your choice of any one item. If you choose the physical merch, I will ship it to you anywhere in the world. My cost. The electronic gift card, obviously, we get you through an email address or a Discord message or whatever. Whatever means is apropos to whichever one you choose. I know, right? We're already 2 months into 2026, says Kenny Monster. Yeah, no, I'm yeah, it's the older I get, the faster it goes, brother. I mean, you all know that. Okay, well, let's regroup then, and let's figure out what our next stop is going to be. I think the weather looked like it was holding up if we wanted to stop here by Tinian International. And again, this is, very historically significant in terms of some very heavy and somber history of this airfield. But we can go kind of check it out and pay it our due and appropriate respects, as we are here trying to knock out the Pilot Passport Challenge from Honolulu Control Facility's Guam book. We got 3 books. We got the Hawaii big airports. We got 3 of those left. We got the Hawaii small airports. We got 3 of those left. So 6 left in total. So a 5-hop stream, and later this month, or I think later in March, is going to knock those out. But we're going to see if we can get to the ones in Guam tonight. If the weather will cooperate at the very least, we'll do our best. But we'll take a stab at Tinian next. It looks like the weather's not too bad here. It is Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I'm trying to get it correct. It's a population that's been tugged back and forth between Spain, Japan, Germany, and the U.S. It's a United States Commonwealth as of today, as of, about 50 and change years ago. Guam been a U.S. territory, I think, since around the beginning, or the late 1800s, early 1900s. So an area of the world that I really don't know very much about, but very, very entrenched in, for better or for worse, entrenched in World War II history. So we'll go pop by Tinian International Airfield next. I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling break, and then we'll be back and we'll get to that here in just a few moments. Alright friends, we'll be back. Just sit tight. All right, back with you, friends. Thank you very kindly for your patience. Appreciate it. And we are getting back underway with our Slant Alpha adventure at the Honolulu Control Facility's Pilot Passport Challenge, specifically tonight of Guam and the Mariana Islands, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands officially. And yes, they are deep, deep, deep in the Pacific, but they are, one is a U.S. territory, the other is a U.S. Commonwealth comprised of several islands. And, of course, very, very entrenched in the nation's history, the military history. Unfortunately, like I said, for better or for worse, I guess the military occupation here is, obviously, it's got its upsides and its downsides. And, you know, like I said at the beginning of the stream, the, what's it called? The Chamorro people. And again, I was doing the research of the history of this place today. I confess I know very little about it, and I'm using it as an opportunity to expand my knowledge and understanding of the place. So, you know, the Chamorro people, you know, have been kind of involved in this massive global tug of war between Spanish occupation, German and Japanese occupation, and of course U.S. occupation. And again, for better or for worse, I don't know how they feel about where they stand now. That obviously in the World War II they were tactically important in terms of where they were in the Pacific, in the struggle between the United States Navy and the Japanese Navy. But yeah, some very, very hugely heavy history in this region. And of course, the history of the indigenous people should be overlooked in terms of all that. Like we're kind of, you know, U.S. centric when we talk about all that, but the indigenous people, the Chamorro people, had a history of their own before we got involved with them. This is our slant artwork adventure of the evening, showing our Piper Comanche flying over top of what they call Latte Stone Park. And these latte stones, these massive stones, pillars or pedestals, were what were used to create housing that was elevated in terms of protection from predators, protection from, to a certain extent, from insects, protection from flooding. So this was, kind of a staple of the architecture of the region. And so there's still a park which commemorates that architectural history of the island. And so this is our Comanche passing over top of that. We did put some World War II era fighters, although they're kind of distorted. Obviously, there's not. It looks like that one might be like a Mustang or a Spitfire, but they're kind of not exactly distinct in terms of what they are. A little squadron of World War II era military fighters there. If you suspend your disbelief and don't look too closely at it, I guess it's fine. That if you want to get back in on that slant artwork adventure, CB Flyer wants to add something to that image and modify that image. The way you get in on that, CB Flyer, go ahead and give us your contribution. The way you get in on that, by the way, is you cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once I call your name, that puts you in the queue. Once I call your name, you can let me know what you would like to do to add to or modify that image. CB wants to put a World War II aircraft carrier in the background. All right. Okay, so I've got it chewing on that, CB, and we'll take a peek at the results of that in the meantime. All right, so if right now it looks like the weather up here is going to be okay in terms of us departing from Saipan, we're going to check out Tinian, is it Tinian or Tinian International, and this is where, there's a lot of heavy history here. This is where the missions that essentially ended World War II were launched. This was where the runs to Hiroshima and then the run to Nagasaki were launched from. So again, very strategically important, very tactically important, very historically important. But again, a very heavy history, heavy somber history there. But we'll go ahead and we'll do a quick hop to take a visit to that. Looks like we're still 08016, and then we're 09010. And again, we're seeing these weather returns that look very bizarre, like crisscrossing weather returns. Look at that. We got a mass going east and a mass going west, and they're just colliding right there west of Guam. So crazy. That's been mesmerizing all night. We could make a whole stream of just watching this all night. Craziest thing I've ever seen. Hoping that the weather will clear up here at Rota, and then at the Andersen Air Force Base, and we'll be able to get this this page of the passport book complete. But let's just do a right. Doesn't say anything. Well, I tell you what, let's go back to the Mariana Islands inset. It is a right-hand pattern to 26, but that means it'll be a left-hand pattern to runway 8 there. So what I think we'll do is we'll depart runway 6. We'll depart the closer runway here. Right crosswind, right downwind, and that'll just put us on a left downwind to runway 8. I didn't draw it. I didn't draw it too well, but that's what I'm going to aim to fly here. The common traffic advisory frequency where we are, 125.7, and then 123.6 where we're going. So 125.7, 123.6. Okay, we already got that dialed in somehow. We're monitoring guard on 121.5. We don't have any VATSIM air traffic control coverage in this region at the moment. Yeah, I was going to ask for the USS Enterprise, but I didn't want a Starship, right? Okay, so it didn't do too bad, but my concern was that it was going to rearrange the entire perspective of this image in order to do that. And I added just a little bit to the instructions, CB, to make sure that it kind of kept the overall layout the same. So it's not in a huge amount of detail, but it's there. I'm not sure that I can tell it's an aircraft carrier, but it's there. It's a warship of some kind. So I don't know if it really maybe did it in too little detail, but it's there. I just didn't want it to rearrange the entire perspective of the image. But I think that's not bad. I think it looks more like a little destroyer or a little PT cruiser or something like that rather than an aircraft carrier, but it's there. War vessel of some sort, right? Oh, Strudel wants to add some sort of an indigenous predator. Stalking around the latte stones. Yeah, we can do that. We'll see what it comes up with. I was non-specific about the predator animal, indigenous predator animal, so we'll see what it does. The latte stones, latte kind of like coffee, and they almost look like little goblets, like little coffee goblets. I don't know if that's where the name comes from, or if that's just a coincidence plus my imagination, but it's how I'm remembering it anyway. Okay. Anyway, let's get moving. Let's take a moment to calibrate directional gyro, so we're parked 010 on the nose. Yeah, we got to rock that back about 6-7 degrees there. Field elevation here. Actually, we have a METAR observation, so we can see what the altimeter setting should be, 2985. And then when we set 2985, we should come up with something close to 214. So 2985 will be there. And yeah, we're showing just a hair above 200, so that's good. Alright, I think we are ready to go. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is going to taxi out to runway 6, VFR southbound departure, Saipan. Alright, so we're going to kind of head back to the beginning of the runway, which would be over in that direction. Is this a parallel taxiway we can join, or is this the runway itself? I don't want to get too close. That looks like it's the runway itself, right? You can see the whole short line and the white markings there. So let's come back this way. Yeah, you can see there's the aiming blocks there, so that's definitely runway. I couldn't tell if we had one more parallel taxiway to go over or if that was the runway right adjacent, but once I saw the aiming blocks, it's like, okay, yeah, that's runway. Wow. I don't know what... I hope to God that's not an actual indigenous lizard, because if so, it's a massive one. So anyway, yeah, he's definitely stalking around, and you would definitely want to put your houses on some sort of elevated platform to get away from that guy. Could feed the whole tribe, yeah, right? That is funny. I mean, I didn't really know what kind of animal to put there, so I didn't specify, and ChatGPT took that and went, yeah, I don't know either, so. Alright, let's do a, let's do a run-up at the end here. We've been sitting here idling. I want to make sure we've... Who are we on? Did I pass a whole short line? I can't quite tell. Let's just sit back here. It might be a little too far, but that's okay. We'll real quickly do a run-up. I'm going to leave the mix lean as we run the mix up to run the RPMs up to 2,000. We'll flex the prop lever 3 times. Okay, we can enrich the mix now, but we'll keep the RPMs at 20. We'll do our carb heat check. Carb heat works, at least reflected in the RPM loss. Just to switch to the left mag and back, we can see there's about a 100 RPM difference, and then right mag and back, just a 100 RPM difference, so we're all good. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 6. We're going to depart the pattern on a right crosswind, right downwind, and join a left downwind wind for Tinian, Saipan. Strobe lights, landing lights, pitot heat, and fuel pump. And takeoff power's coming at you. Shouldn't really advance the takeoff until you're on the white arrows. Ooh. And I was trimmed, very up trimmed there. So the plane kind of launched into the air on its own. Did I even I didn't even have flaps set. So bad pilot didn't check his flaps and trim before departing. But we'll level it off and we'll keep a safe airspeed and we'll correct our error. We'll compensate for our error. Gear can come up. So once we're certain we don't need to return to the pavement, we can retract the gear. We'll go ahead and retract the flaps were retracted. We'll pull the RPMs right down off of the red line here. Oh, is my intro music still playing? Good fixins? Oh, sorry. No, it shouldn't be. Now it's off? Okay, maybe it was at a very, very low volume. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. Clear, runway 6. We're entering a right crosswind. We'll then enter a right downwind and then a left downwind for Tinian. Saipan. Okay, and field elevation was 200. We're going to level it at 1200 here. Okay, let's get over on a true crosswind, and we're way 200 feet high now. So let's get that true 90-degree crosswind going. We're good. Traffic check to the left, traffic check to the right. We're good. We'll start the turn to the downwind. We're still picking up altitude. Okay, yeah, we can see the runways at our destination there, and we're gonna have to look real close when we get there. Which one is still the actual active runway? Of course, we got the historical runways over there as well. Saipan traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is a right downwind now, midfield on the runway 6s and 7s. We're switching over to advisory frequency for Tinian as we're joining a left downwind for runway 8 there. Saipan. Alright, so 23.6. Tinian traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is entering a left downwind for runway 8. Full stop Tinian. So interestingly, so what I'm looking at apparently is a closed airfield. So I'm getting ready to land here. Tinian traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. Correction to our position. We're on the northern tip of the island over the closed airfield. We're going to enter a left base to runway 8, Tinian. What's the cruise speed of the Comanche? If you get it trimmed out correctly, of course I'm at reduced power here, CB. Get it trimmed out correctly. It cruises at about 170. However, this gauge is in miles an hour. So I equate that to about 150 knots plus or minus, and I use that number because it's pretty easy math in terms of 2.5 nautical miles per minute. Okay, so this is probably the old closed, maybe abandoned airfield, possibly. Are these radio antennae, are they man-made? Some sort of a communication station related to the war effort, potentially? I don't know, it's not on the chart. I guess there's multiple antenna listed there, perhaps. That certainly could have been a military communications outpost. Is that the actual active runway there? Okay. Tinian traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. What a wide left base now for the wide left downwind midfield for runway 8 Tinian. Full stop. Alright, so friends, you can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, which will be pulled this coming Friday. We pull that toward the end of the month. Winner gets their choice of Slant Alpha merch items, which I will ship to you at my expense if you win and select one of those, or an electronic gift card either to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. Alright, I am going to start pulling the power back. We're a few hundred feet above true pattern altitude. So the fuel elevation there is just shy of 300 feet, so 1,300 feet would have been better pattern altitude, and we're up 2,000. I'm going to start spinning the propellers up faster, which is going to sound like we're increasing power, but we're not. We're just downshifting into a lower gear, if you will. Got the power actually pretty far backed off. Okay, we got the speed and under control in the very upper edge of the white arc now, so if I wanted to deploy flaps and gear at this point I could. Flaps, gear I could actually do at 150. Flaps you can do in the white arc there. And I'm going to turn both the Corsair is still tuned to the ILS at the other airport. I'm going to probably just flip that over so it's not tuned to anything. There we go. Weather's still not great, kind of hard to see. Okay, there's our airport. Tinian traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on a long left base to runway 8, full stop Tinian. NDB approach, but looking just okay. So we got the taxiway south of the field. So as we land to the east, it'll be our right. Never did turn off the fuel pump from our departure, transitioning right into the arrival. So fuel pump's already on. We do not have gear and flaps deployed yet. Prop and mix are full. So as we're looking at runway 8, it's going to be on the pavement on the left, so the one closest to us is the runway. Okay, yeah, it's yelling because we don't have flaps and gear out. Let's go ahead and do that. Tinian traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's now short left base, runway 8, full stop Tinian. Okay, second notch of flaps in. Probably a traffic check to our right would have been good. Don't see anybody. Third notch of flaps, and let's start bringing the speed down. Okay, kind of want to be at 80 over the numbers and bleeding off. Well, 80 over the threshold and then bleeding off to the touchdown point. Okay, now we're starting to see a little bit of red in the pappies. Right on 80 in terms of the speed. Now we're a little too red and too slow. We're still very stable though. We got time to fix both items. Try not to overcorrect. Feel like there is still a bit of a right to left. Maybe? Yeah, maybe we're down the center line here. I'm not feeling too much of a push either way. Coming in with a little extra height here. Plenty of runway though, and we're going to end up rolling it long because there's no other place to turn off, so... Now we're feeling a little bit of a left to right, a right to left rather. Correcting to the right, that is. Okay, we'll get the nose. Down the center line the best we can. Yeah, we're still getting pushed way over the left. It's okay. I'm kind of just tracking down the center line, cross control, just for the exercise. Because we got this whole runway to do it. Alright, let's set it down. Still left the center line, but... Still fighting the left or right, but it's okay. Still kind of keeping the speed up the roll to the end. Oh, Frankie, yeah, if you put a number in that's already taken, I mean, the rule is we take your first guess. If you put a number in that's already taken, that's fine. I don't mind that. And if that happens to be a winning number, I just write out 2 tickets. The drawing sorts it all out, right? If someone feels like you stole their number, well, if it was meant to be, then your entry will be the one that I choose on Friday. If it's not meant to be, their entry will be. And if it didn't matter, then someone else's will. You know what I mean? The drawing is the equalizer. No worries. No worries, Frankie, no worries. Alright, mix, that's it. So throttle down to 10,000 rather, but 10 on the gauge, you know. Lean the mix until it starts to drop. Stow the flaps, strobe lights, landing lights, pitot heat fuel pump off. Ooh. Tinian traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear of runway 8, taxi back to the terminal, Tinian. Yeah, Frankie, no worries, no worries. We'll just go with your first number, all good. Doesn't look like it won anyway, so you're all good. It's a moot point. Fate has made it irrelevant. Fate and the fact that I was playing around with a 10,000 foot runway. And no place to turn off. 8,600 foot runway, sorry. ELW is back with us. ELW, my fellow Delmarvin. How bad did you get at ELW in terms of snow? Showed some pictures at the beginning of the stream of what my place wound up looking like. I'll show them again for those who missed the beginning. You got 10 to 12? Yeah, I think it's about what we got, maybe. Right in that range, actually. Which is very, very unusual. As I was telling, of course, folks that have heard me talk about snow all winter, this is a repeat. Those of you who might be less frequent visitors to the stream, maybe you don't know this. So the region where I live, the Mid-Atlantic U.S., you know, known for moderate snowfall in the wintertime. Baltimore and D.C. region, moderate. You know, handful of snow events. Mostly, you know, up to about 3 or 4 inches is not uncommon. 5-6 inches or more, less common. Foot or more, very, very uncommon. You know, pretty uncommon. Not unheard of. We've gotten 2 foot, 3 foot in my lifetime, but that's not a normal thing. Get all the lights off. Yeah, okay. But since I moved down to the Eastern Shore, like anytime Baltimore and D.C. gets snow, the Eastern Shore typically gets rain. You know, we have just a little bit of a temperature protection from the Atlantic Ocean, and so we're 5 to 10 degrees warmer in the wintertime on average than Baltimore and D.C. So a lot of times if they get 5-6 inches of snow, we're getting heavy rains. And that's normally the way things go. This sucker tricked us. Came right up the coast. A true nor'easter. Nor'easter is the word that they use for a storm that comes right up the coast of a northeast-bound storm that comes right up the coast. It came up right up the coast with a ton of energy and just absolutely destroyed us. So this is the Eastern Shore where we typically would get wet. And we got definitely like a foot there. That's my front yard. And then this is our backyard. This is our deck and our lawn furniture, our outdoor TV, grill, and our hot tub there is buried. You can't. There's no chance of us getting in the hot tub tonight unless we clear off, 14 inches of snow. We'll be gone by Sunday, right? Yeah, maybe, right? So yeah, normally we get just a little, and it's certainly like, I know I live 12 minutes from a beach resort, but the mid-Atlantic climate is that beach resort is really only useful as a true beach resort maybe 4 months out of the year. Yeah, thankfully you have that big snowblower in the garage. No, we paid a guy to come over. Paid a guy to come over with his. Yeah, he was real reasonable though. Anyway, so yeah, we're not used to getting massive amounts of snowfall down here. Normally, Baltimore and D.C. gets a snow event. We get mostly a rain or a mixed event. But yeah, we got hammered. But we'll be fine. We'll recover. We spent most of last night without power, which is why I was starting to put out messages about today's stream possibly being canceled. But I was super impressed with how quickly the crews got power restored, even though it was still gusting to 40 miles an hour and blowing snow all morning. But 4 a.m. our power came back on, so God bless them. But then the roads, the roads were all plowed down to the wet surface pretty much by mid-morning. So very, very impressive. Matter of fact, I think you can see. Yeah. You can see in the picture I took when I woke up, roads were already plowed down to surface. So they did an excellent job with snow removal here. So tomorrow we'll be kind of getting back to our normal routine, more or less. Yeah, right. Prone Zister says, first of all, it's nice to see GA. GA is awesome in MSFS. I fly in VR a lot. Yeah, I don't do the VR because I love to have the stuff I can bring over onto the screen and show you. That's a little bit difficult to do in VR. Plus, the viewpoint's constantly moving around. We have a very good friend of the stream, Downwind Sim, who streams in VR, and it's fun to watch. But sometimes if he's looking around too much, it's just a little discombobulating on a larger screen. I have to shrink the window down in order to not get spinny. But yeah, I live in Louisiana. What is that? Yeah, white stuff that Mother Nature drops on us every now and then, once in a while. Like I said, not too often here, but we're a little further north than you are. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. It's the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. Got a follow from Ponesister as well. Very cool. Nice to make your acquaintance. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. That's our normal show time. And Wednesday, we're doing some VATSIM air traffic control. And then Friday, what are we doing Friday? Good question. I kind of forgot. Is it the BAE 146, I think? Yeah, we're going to be in the BAE 146 from Just Flight. And we're going to be down to doing a couple Caribbean island hops. We got a VATSIM air traffic control event down in the VATSIM Caribbean division is partnering with VATUSA for the Friday night ops on Friday. So we'll be flying the BAE 146 from Just Flight, a couple Caribbean island hops. So that'll be Friday. This is the winning number, by the way, for our landing rate raffle entry. We're going to pull the winner of that on Friday. We do that toward the end of every single month. Yeah, we kind of floated it down the entire runway, and I was just tinkering with the crosswind correction. We had an 8,300-foot runway with no place to turn off, so I just floated it down the entire runway, just trying to practice my centerline tracking in the crosswind. So when I finally let it touch down, it was a nice gentle squeak of 26 is what registered. So not the textbook technique per se. So those of you who guessed high, you probably felt a little bit ripped off by that. But oh well, hey, here's what it is. We had guesses of 65, 54, 75, 120, 66. And who had the lowest? Who had the lowest? Was it 54 with Papa Charlie? Did anybody come in lower than 54? Let me look again. 65. Yeah, 54 is looking lowest. 75, 120, 66, 75, and then switch to 85. It really kept 75. Yeah, so it looks like 54 is going to be the winner there. So who was that with the 54? Was that Papa Charlie? Okay, we'll write out an entry for Papa Charlie. Yeah, Melvin, but I kind of cheated to get it. Alright, anyway, where are we? Tinian. So if I go to Sky Vector, Tinian International PGWT. On 223. Alright, let's see if we can hit two more. I don't know if the weather's going to cooperate. Yeah, so there we go. Took off right downwind to the closed field, and then realized, oh crap, that's not the right one. And a nice long left base, and then left turn. I'm sorry, yeah, right downwind off of the departure runway, the left downwind to the closed field, and then realized what it was, and then a nice long left-hand base, and a left turn on the final to Tinian's runway. Yeah, so I guess this is the closed. the closed bomber base up here. Alright, but if I hit this and I hit refresh, we should see a stamp now for Tinian. Again, this is the Pilot Passport Challenge on the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge site. Atlanta has one just like it. We've got 2 more to go in this Guam book, and then we've got the big airports and small airports. We've got a stream scheduled for later in March where we're going to hit the rest of these in the big airports and small airports list in Hawaii. So we're going to knock the rest of these out in one single night, those 6 locations. This one we're hoping to finish up tonight if the weather will permit. We've got the Guam, and what is it, Andersen Air Force Base? It's the Air Force Base there on Guam, right next to this one. And then we've got this one here, which is what's it called, Rota Island. So that's yeah, Pone's Sister says, when landing an airliner, a firmer landing is desired so the energy goes into the runway. What's up? Yeah, here's the... Coming up with that lowest number is definitely a simism, right? It's not so much you want the energy to go into the runway. It's more like... And depending on, especially if you have like a gusty crosswind or if you've got slippery runway conditions... certainly going for that super buttery, lowest rate of transition from weight on wings to weight on wheels can get you in trouble from a traction standpoint. The plane can start to kick sideways or what have you. So yeah, you want you want kind of a smooth transition from weight on the wings to weight on wheels, and going for that lowest number is definitely kind of a sim fascination rather than a real world pilot fascination. So sure, it's a game. In this instance, yeah, I was definitely just screwing around, tracking the center line down in cross configuration just for the practice. Honestly, set it down nice and buttery. In reality, I try to do this somewhat realistically. I mean, I'm a sim pilot. I'm not a real world pilot, so there's certain liberties that I definitely take. For the most part, you'll notice that I try to approach fairly realistically and approach my landings from a standpoint of I don't want just the lowest number. I want to be on center line. I want to be on the right speed. I want to be configured properly. I want to be stable in my approach. Sometimes we achieve that, sometimes we don't. And then on top of that, if I'm able to finesse it and get a nice low number, then I'll do that. But mostly looking for semi-realistic execution of the approach and touchdown for the most time. So, yeah, it's a mix. Like I said, I'm not a real-world pilot, and I don't try to pretend to be one, but I do try to do things semi-realistically at the very least. Alright, we've also got what we call our slant artwork adventure for tonight. This is a one-sentence description that I feed into ChatGPT to have it create an image that roughly represents what we're up to this evening. We started with the A2A Comanche flying over top of what we call Latte Stone Park in Guam. These are pedestals that were created by the Chamorro people. I hope I'm getting these facts right. Again, I did this history study today just so I wouldn't be a total idiot about an area of the world I knew nothing about. These pedestals were created by the Chamorro people historically to serve as foundations for elevated housing. Elevated housing would have protected them from heat, would have protected them from predators, would have protected them from flooding. So those latte stones are a throwback to ancient times and ancient construction techniques, and so they have a distinct, unique shape, and they are memorialized on in these Mariana Islands, and Latte Stone Park is one area where they are on display here, transported from their original locations. But now we've added some World War II era fighters. We added a World War II era warship out there, and then some sort of massive lizard predator is down stalking around where you would have built the house elevated so that he doesn't chomp your babies in the middle of the night. So yeah, our slant artwork adventure always kind of starts at a baseline and goes unhinged, and so that's where we stand with it. Now, if you want to get in on that action, the way to do that is to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. And once you get into the queue and I call your name, that is when you can let us know what you'd like to do to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can make our way back to Rota Island. Rota Island is the METAR is showing 080 gusting, 13 gusting to 18, 7 statute miles, broken at 1300. So still showing, not real favorable weather observation there. And this has fascinated me all night, guys. These radar returns of these two colliding air masses just west of Guam. It is so fascinating. I could watch it all night. I really could. I think these were all mostly going... Yeah, they've been going westbound because the winds have been eastbound up here. But yeah, this is just churning into a mixing bowl down here, down south and west of Guam. It's just intense to watch. But yeah, when we departed from Guam International, we were trying to get to Andersen Air Force Base right there, and it was so mired in thunderstorms that we couldn't even see it. Now, who knows what we're going to see when we get back to Rota. The observation there doesn't look too favorable in terms of 7 statute miles visibility, broken layer of 1,300 clouds. So we'll do our best. We're gonna take off. We're going to turn to a 204 on course, 54 miles. So what's 54 miles going to get us in terms of time? 2.5 miles a minute in this aircraft, so 20 miles. 20 times 2 is 40, 20 times a half is 10, so that'd be 50. So let's say 22 miles, 22 minutes rather. Yeah, 22 minutes, because that would be 55, right? 22 times 2 is 44, plus 11, 55. So 22 minutes, more or less, on a 204, and that'll get us to Rota. Alright, let's take a moment and recalibrate our directional gyro. We probably have to wind that back about 10 degrees. We're parked at a 345 right now. Yeah, we're 11 degrees it looks like. The departure runway was runway 8. We are going to turn to our on course of 204 after that. The altimeter reading here is 2984, and once we dial in 2984, we should see 270 on the altitude. 2984, pretty much there. Okay, 250-ish, 240-ish. Okay, that's pretty close though. Okay. I think we're ready. And, advisory frequency. So if we go back to the US chart there, 123.6, and then down here is also 123.6. I think similar to Alaska, they just have a regional advisory frequency. And in fact, on the chart here, they refer to it as, well, that's towered. They refer to it... Oh, hold on, it was on the approach chart. On the NDB Alpha here, they refer to it as Saipan radio, and I think in Alaska, Juneau radio. It ends up being the advisory frequency for all the non-towered fields, right? I don't really know how that aspect of it works. All right, anyway, let's go. Set flaps for departure. Let's actually set the trim back to neutral this time. Plane almost took off without my consent that last time there. Alright, trim now, set to neutral. We'll do our best with the weather, guys. It's not looking too favorable. Obviously, we're going to take some liberties with the weather. Do we have enough runway to take off here? Oh, this is the one. Yeah, we're going to have to go all the way back to the beginning of the runway. Yeah, hopefully the weather will cooperate. little bit of a VR taxi here. And I don't mean virtual reality. Just being pushed by the tailwind at this point. Alright, let's now it's getting out of hand. Now it's starting to register on the airspeed gauge. Let's slow it down. Yeah, that sock was pretty much standing straight out, wasn't it? Alright, where are we? Tinian traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 8 VFR on the left crosswind turnout to the south. Tinian. Strobe lights, taxi lights, pitot heat, and fuel pump. And no, we'll bypass the run up this time. Right? Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Mix is full rich. Looks like to our, well, hold on. So, yeah, correction, there'll be a right-hand turnout for the VFR southbound departure, Tinian. I was like, weather's looking good to our south. Oh, wait a minute, that's our north. Well, that's not good, because behind us look kind of bad. Alright, takeoff power's coming at you. Airspeed is alive. Plane's dancing a little bit. Let's get the wings level. There we are. Just track the pavement for now. We'll bring the gear in when we're certain that we aren't going to need to return to it. I think it's good now. Coming up? Okay, yeah. Pitch to maintain 105. General right turn to our on course. And we departed at quarter after in terms of the timing. Tinian traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear runway 8 on the right-hand turn-off south westbound VFR departure. Tinian. Pull the RPMs off the red line just ever so slightly. Manifold pressure down to 24. Flaps can come in. Fuel pump can come off. Let's just ever so gradually get that rudder input out. There we are. And I feel like any more than about 2,000 feet, it's not going to be prudent just because of the weather situation. But man, if you're flying over open water, man, it'd be great to have that extra altitude, wouldn't it? Yeah, this is like, in terms of aeronautical decision making, this is probably the worst, one of the worst streams I've done in a while. Alright, well, make sure we aggressively trim down to keep the 2,000. Looks like we've got cloud bases ahead that are right at that level, so again, we're very, very much, we're taking huge liberties in terms of our compliance with the weather situation here. trying to get on a 205, but so 22 on the manifold, 22 on the RPMs. About 14 gallons an hour in terms of the mix. Okay, keep trimming down to keep the... So as the plane picks up speed, it's going to pick up lift as well. And then you can trim it slightly nose down to keep level. The faster you go, the more nose down you have to fly in order to keep level. In order to keep from gaining altitude. Yeah, so I don't know that we're 500 feet below these cloud bases. But when has that stopped us at all tonight? Alright, so 18 after. We're on course finally. Trimming down to try and keep 2,000. The higher we go, the less contact with ground we have. Of course, being in legal VFR is just kind of been out the window all night, so why start now? Yeah, right? Might need some Oros, says Bed Dave. Alright, 22 on the 22 on the RPMs, 22 on the manifold, 14 on the mix in terms of gallons per hour. Let's make sure we're not descending. We're going to keep 2,000 feet here. Obviously we can hear the gusty air. We can see that we are getting much closer to 170 miles an hour, as I was saying before, so seems like we're doing better in terms of performance. If we were under icing conditions earlier, maybe that has now subsided. Of course, closer to the surface, we're in warmer air as well. Icing situation might change, or if we're flying through visible moisture. So just doing my best to dodge the worst of the clouds here, but we're trying to kind of keep on course. And we said it was going to be 22 minutes, I think is what we said. So from 18 after, so that should be 20, so that should be 40 after the hour. If we're lucky, we're going to get out from under this little cloud base here into an area where it looks like it might open up a little bit. That'd be lovely. That'd be good timing. The altitude's climbing just ever so slightly. I'm going to let it sneak up to about 2,500 here. It's going to open up this much. Man, I'd love to climb a bunch extra, like over open water. And again, you know, I'm taking a lot of liberties here. Single engine piston plane over open water, well, first of all, we do have our life preserver with us. But man, you want to make sure those maintenance checks are all up to date, and you want to plot a course that minimizes your time over open water, and you really would not want to do it on a borderline weather day like this either. So lots and lots of things that we're doing that violate any kind of sensible, what we call ADM, aeronautical decision making. But again, what could possibly go wrong? Alright, so we want to keep this 204, 205, something along like that. We're going to enter it's a right pattern to runway 27, but that means it's a left pattern to runway 9. Got a right click. We do have the NDB approach. We were talking about flying that earlier. I think we're going to try and fly this visually, but if we aren't able to do it visually, maybe we do it. Maybe we do it with that approach. However, purpose of me pulling that up is just to get the runway layout. So yeah, it's a small parking pad off the south side of the runway. Right-hand turn-off if we come off of runway 9. Okay, off course a little bit. We want to keep that 205. A little too far away to see it at this point. Visibility again, not great. We're taking huge sim-ism liberties with the weather today, all day so far. It's not going to be... I mean, I'm having fun, and I hope that you guys are having fun, but it's not going to be one of my favorite streams in terms of, like, well, I really showed them how, you know, a sim pilot can do this semi-professionally. No, this is sim pilot being sim pilot today. I'm almost embarrassed by it. But it's fun, so we'll do it anyway. That's the most important goal. I mean, realism, schmealism, right? Some days I do better than other days. In that regard, I guess. So if we were on course as of 18 after the hour, we said 22 minutes to go the 55 miles. So that means .40 after the hour is when we should be kind of essentially there. Good on course. I might want to correct a little bit to the right, A, to kind of aim for maybe this little gap in the clouds. B, because we've been left of course for a good part of this little trip so far. I'm really not, I'm trying not to look at VATSIM radar. I don't have it up on the screen next to me. What I'm looking at is this. What's the weather? Still not great. It actually hasn't changed. That observation hasn't changed. I'm also looking at the pilot cloud. I'm trying to make sure. You know, I mean, we do have some friends that are in the Honolulu control facility, and it's an interesting. You know, these things, where we're flying is 3,000 miles west of Hawaii. However, it's an American territory and an American Commonwealth. And interestingly, on SkyVector, you can see like when you get over top of the islands, you do have this this option of the Mariana Islands inset. This is definitely very FAA style chart, VFR sectional with FAA style airspace markings, which is comforting, right? I'm flying, 5,000 miles, 6,000 miles away from mainland U.S., but the airspace markings are all the same, so I know exactly what type of airspace I'm. Oh my goodness! All right, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. I'm gonna go into a climb, maybe to about 5,000, and then we're going to perform the NDB approach to runway 9er. So 3,000 feet within 25 miles. We don't really have a distance measurement. Now we can get a distance measurement off of the Guam VOR. Yeah, right? An NDB approach? Holy cow. Or. No, I think we might be seeing just a seam in the sim scenery there. So 3,000's the minimum safe. Let's take it to 5,000 just while we're kind of eyeing it all up here. We're going to tune 332. And then we're going to point ourselves right to it. 3, 2, swap it in. Okay, let's point ourselves right to it. We're westbound, so let's just maintain 4,000, slightly westbound. Oh, actually, by the time we're pointed toward it, we might be east of south. We're 100% dead due south. So I'm going to keep 4,000. That'll be fine. The runway heading. Well, it's a runway 9. I'm going to go ahead and point the arrow to 9, even though we don't know the exact runway heading. The approach heading is a 104 bearing off of the NDB. I know this card manually rotates. I'm going to leave that at 0. I find that easier to conceptualize what I'm doing when that says 0. Otherwise, I have to keep adjusting it to my current heading, and I can't do that math. Alright, we're going to go 4,000 to the NDB. Then we're going to go outbound on a 284. We'll do the procedure turn and back inbound. Alright, let's get back to cruise 22 and 22. Maintain 4,000. We need to be about 5 degrees left. Really, the right way to do this would be to figure out the wind correction. Maybe 10 degrees left. tell you what I'm going to do here. Let's steer a 170 exactly. It looks like we're more on a 176 anyway. Let's make sure we're keeping 4,000. Okay, as we come up to this, what is our distance from the Guam VOR? The UNZ, the Nimitz VOR? 52.1. 115.8. Alright, so we're tracking directly toward it. We'll correct just a couple degrees left. A 175 or thereabouts. .52. So 10 more miles to go. And then we'll drop from 4,000 to 3,000. Then once we get established on the outbound 284, the 104 bearing, then we can reduce to 29. Oh, we'll just keep it at 3,000 really. And then once we're inbound, we can descend to 1,800. Oh, we don't really have any kind of low minimums on this one. If we can't see the airport at 1,800 feet, we're going to have to divert. That true? Yeah, we got an NDB to runway 27. Does that give us any lower minimums? Yeah, actually it does. 11:20. So let's do that. Let's fly the. Let's fly the NDB 27, because we can descend lower on that one, and then we'll circle, we'll enter a downwind to land on runway 9er. Alright. While I've been fumbling with charts, got kind of drifted off our course here. Drifted off our course and our altitude, so let's get back and correct both. So we're tracking directly inbound to the VOR, or NDB rather. So now it's 260, 080 outbound, and then a 260 back inbound. We can descend to 3,000, 3,100 at the NDB, and then once we get established, 2,000, and then in. Alright, so 56, we said it was 52 was where the NDB was, I think we said. 52, yeah, okay. We still need to correct to the left. Yeah, we're not doing a very good job of tracking directly to this NDB. It's probably the wind correction that I'm just not. I didn't check a wind forecast to see. So now we're sloppily correcting to home this NDB. Alright, so now let's start a gentle descent. Let's get down to 3,000 by the NDB. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, 2 miles north of the field, 4,000, descending 3,000. We're going to track eastbound to join the NDB 27 approach to Rota. (19 and 19). 18 and 18. It's about as low as we want to take it. Oh. All of a sudden the field pops into sight. Okay, well, let's still, just for the sake of the exercise, let's still fly it. Let's still fly it by the numbers. Okay, the NDB is about to be, so we want to track a 080 outbound. And then we want that NDB to be exactly behind us. I'm going to set the course arrow to 26. Heading bug to 035, because that's going to be our procedure turn. Alright, so we want to be tracking this arrow directly out, and then we want the NDB to be precisely behind us. So let's steer that arrow directly out. Let's maintain 3,000 and let's start spinning the props up. To help us slow down. Okay, we need that arrow to be more toward our 6 o'clock. So I'm going to turn right. We're going to start spinning the props up a little faster here. Okay, is that 10 degrees off? 10 degrees off? Close. I'm going to let it track a little bit more toward the 6 o'clock here. Make sure we keep at least 3,000, or 3,100 even. 3,100 on the outbound side. Okay, so 10 degrees off. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on the outbound side of the approach for the NDB 27 for Rota. And we'll just explain later that we're going to track that in and then circle to land runway 9. And the reason we're doing that, even though there's an NDB 9, there's an NDB 27, we're going to fly the NDB 27, but we're going to land on 9. And the reason for that is the NDB 27 allows us minimums that were like 800 feet lower, 700 feet lower. I'm not sure why. I assume something to do with terrain. Okay, so are we tracking exactly outbound? Okay, we overcorrected. So now it's about 5 degrees different this way. But let's keep 3,100 here. Okay, are we established? Is that arrow straight up and down? Is that arrow straight up and down? Yeah, it's close. It's very close. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the procedure turn. You now go down to 2000. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on the NDB 27 approach. We're starting the procedure turn. Rota. Okay. So 035, 035, yep, okay. 035. Let's count for 1 minute. Got the second hand coming up past 10. You can swing it down to 2000. Go ahead and get the fuel pump on. Oof. Vicious weather. Alright, let's do more of a standard rate turn so that we're not immediately plopping back onto the final course, because we're not going to have a needle like a localizer needle to tell us that. So let's keep that 1 minute. A nice standard rate turn back around to put the heading bug on the on the 6 o'clock position. Okay, second hand sweeping around past the 5. Good standard rate turn. Keeping the altitude. Well, we're gaining a little altitude there. Okay, turn rate's good. Bank rate's good. Altitude a little high. I'm going to turn until the heading bug is right there on the 6 o'clock position. Okay, we'll roll out on that. And then when the angle matches just to the right, yeah, 45, we're right on it. Let's go. Okay, now let's bring it down to 2000. And now on the inbound side, we can bring it down to 1120. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on the inbound NDB 27 approach to Rota. We're going to enter a left downwind runway 9er. Full stop, Rota. Okay, 1120. Props and mixer full. Fuel pumps on. Arrows 5 degrees left or 10 degrees left. Arrows 10 degrees left. Okay, we're tracking it dead on. Oh, I see the runway. Alright, field elevation 607. Let's take it down to 1607. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's got the runway in sight off of the NDB 27, entering a left downwind for runway 9er, Rota. Now guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. There's no bot command necessary for that on this channel, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know the immediate descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic into our landing rate raffle, which we're going to pull on Friday's stream. So, do that toward the end of every single month. And again, we're descending to 16. Field elevation is 6. So we do that toward the end of every single month. And the winner gets their choice of any of our branded Slant Alpha Adventures merchandise, which I'll ship to you at my expense, or an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or sinmarket.com. So I'll be curious to see what my track looked like on VATSIM radar, whether it looked anything like this. I'll show you what it was supposed to look like, and then we'll see what it actually looked like. So 1600s pattern elevation, we're still kind of descending into that. Whoops. Oh, hello. Hi, everybody. One more notch of flaps to go. Did I get the fuel pump on already? Yeah, I did. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor to the left, downwind, almost midfield for the runway 9er. Full stop, Rota. We're going to land it fairly long, and then there's our turn-off pad down there. Second notch of flaps is in? Yeah, okay. We're down at 80 miles an hour now. I don't want to go any slower than that. There's more properly a midfield call there. And it's a fairly tight downwind, so we're going to kind of crank it downwind the base to final, pretty much on top of each other there. We'll skirt it out to the right just a little bit to broaden that base turn just a touch. Keep those predictions coming. I'm going to turn it in kind of tight just to make sure we don't lose sight of the runway. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's in the left downwind, the left base, runway 9er, Rota. Okay, let's not let the speed get down too far. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to final, runway 9er, full stop, Rota. Okay, no traffic coming in from the right. Speed's good, maybe a little bit high. Knock on wood, does not look like we have a horrendous crosswind this time. Let's just see if we can do a little bit more of a traditional just round out flare and touchdown here. Oh, just over-controlled the flare horrendously. God, amateur hour. Oh well, we're down in one piece. I kept it in double digits. Alright. Throttle down to 1,000. Let's get clear and then get clean. Leave the mix out right to the point where it starts to drop. Okay. Flaps, strobe, landing lights, pitot, and fuel pump off. Rota traffic, Comanche 514.2 Victor, clear of runway 9 Air Force for the full stop, Rota. For the full stop, yeah. Hope so at this point. We're doing a touch and go, we're kind of doing it wrong. Yeah, sure, we'll go out to where the marshals are. Clear for the option, right? We're taxiing in for the option. I'm over-controlling the rotor as just as badly as I was over-controlling the pitch. Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, whew, let's get the parking brake on. Make sure the mix, yeah, the throttle's right there at 1,000. Mix is right at the point where it wants to drop. So yeah, we made it down. Let's kind of, first of all, let's talk about the execution of that approach. All right, because what I was trying to do, the goal was, and I don't remember exactly what angle we were coming into this at. Maybe something like this. The goal was to join it outbound, 035, 1 minute, 180 degree turn to the 215, join it inbound, not really flying it parallel, just drawing it that way just for the clarity's sake. And then we were taking that to the visual pattern, left downwind, left base, and final. So that is what I wanted the track to look like. Let's see what it actually looked like. Ish. Yeah, I mean, not terrible. We were correcting the path on the outbound side a little bit, and then did the procedure turn nice and straight, and then as we came back inbound, you know, I think so. All right, where's the so perfect execution would have been here, and then nope, stop. And then here, and then here, then here, and then here, right? So on the outbound side, we were a little bit right, and on the inbound side, we were a little bit right, but then that just led us into the pattern. But that's not bad. But for a non-precision approach, we flew it in a non-precision manner. So what else could you ask for? That's not bad though. It worked out okay. Altitude-wise, I think we were pretty good on our altitude adherence. I had said I wanted to keep 3,100 on the outbound side, and then come to 2,000 on the inbound side. I do think I started descending maybe at the beginning of the procedure turn, when we should have been holding off until we were officially inbound to descend to 2,000 and then to the minimums. I think we were okay on that, though. And then when I finally set it down, yeah, nice and stable approach, and then stupid overflare. So again, we kept it double digits. So 99. Yeah, so that's as close to not double digits as you can get without going over. In true Price is Right fashion, what were you guys banking on here? 45, 88, 67, 55, 35, 100, which was one away, 81, and 43. Okay, so Qualic is going to get the entry there. And then we got one more to go. And actually, will be our final entry. The next one we put in will be our final entry before the drawing on Friday, because Wednesday is going to be an air traffic control stream. What's the name of this place, by the way? PGRO. On February the 23rd. Alright, so let's make our way back to the Air Force Base, Andersen Air Force Base, I believe it's called. Back on the island of Guam. Let's see if the weather will permit it, and if not, let's kind of plan an instrument approach, because I have a feeling that we're still going to be in that same situation. So if we're departing from here now and we're arriving here now, 080 at 17, gusting at 23, so we still want to use high TACAN X, ILS Yankee, ILS Zulu, or LOC DME, 6 left, 6 right. Which one do we want? We want, I think we want 6 right. I think we said the right-hand side had the more civilian-looking side, I think. Yeah, so the control tower, airfield management operations down here. And obviously this is an Air Force base, so we have no business taking a Comanche into here. Except that the Honolulu control facility has deigned to put it on their passport challenge. So again, kind of like Barking Sands a couple streams ago. We're going to go there in a civilian aircraft. Why not? Because it's VATSIM and we can. So we're going to go ahead and fly back to the island of Guam, but instead of landing at Guam International, we're going to land at Andersen Air Force Base, and that's going to close out the night and close out our Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge Guam list. Okay, we still got a handful of islands on the big airports list, the small airports list. We're going to hit all 6 of those in a stream later in March. We'll close out the entire challenge, but for tonight at least, we will finish up by closing out Guam. Strudel says, predicting Rob's landing is like playing roulette at the casino. 23, 100, yeah, you never know where it's going to be. Recreational security clearance? Right, indeed. Circling not allowed south of runway 927. Okay, well, we circled on the north side. We circled left downwind to the eastbound runway, so we were okay there. Alright, so what I think we're going to want is the ILS. Oh yeah, that's more of a military one. ILS or LOC DME Zulu, 6 right. So there's our current airport diagram. We can join the arc. This will be fun. We can join the arc, and it won't be like the other arc we did the other night where we overshot it by 2 miles and then never found it again. We'll actually be able to fly this arc. UAM, but wait a minute. That's a do we not, that's 110.1. Yeah, but I don't have the nav aid. Yeah, okay, so we can kind of fudge it, okay? We can kind of fudge it. I'm not going to have the navate that provides the arc, but we'll fudge it off of the ILS navate, the DME off of the ILS. Because this should be a TACAN channel 54. We don't have TACAN in this aircraft. But if we have the DME coming off of the localizer, which we should, or do we? The DME on the approach is UAM, which is the TACAN. DME off of the localizer would be I-UAM. So I don't think we're going to have DME for this. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do this like it's charted. This is a military procedure. We don't have the equipment for it. We can do the final approach. We're just not going to be able to do the arc. We're not going to have a DME to show us the arc. What we can do Yeah, we can fly direct to the Nimitz VOR, and then we can vector ourselves on the final. That's the best we're going to be able to do. Yeah, it's a shame. It would have been fun to fly that. We botched a DME arc in our most recent stream. What was it in the BAE 146? Would have been nice to redeem ourselves on that one, but that'll have to be another day. Alright, it's after 11 Eastern Time. Let's get this going and wrap it up. So we are going to... So to the VOR. 111.7? Hold on. So maybe we can. We'll try it. I don't think that's correct, though. So we've got the VOR down here, which is the Nimitz VOR, 115.8. Looks like we might be able to tune this VOR, this TACAN might be tunable on 111.7. We'll try it. We'll try it. Maybe we can fly this arc after all. We'll tune 111.7 and see if we get a signal just like a VOR does. If we do, we can fly the 17-mile arc, and then we'll join the final approach course. If we don't, the backup plan... Okay, so what did I say? 111.7? Is that what it's saying here? 111.7, so that's plan A. 111.7. Plan B will be the Nimitz VOR, which we'll fly direct to and then vector ourselves. And that Nimitz VOR is on 115.8. Okay, 111.7 is plan A. And so we'll navigate direct to that. Going to be depart and turn to a 206. Uh, 206. Runway was runway 9. So we'll take off runway 9 and we'll turn immediately to the right. Let's neutralize our trim. map these buttons? No. Okay, neutralize our trim. Let's adjust our directional gyro. We're about 2 degrees shy of 180. And then our altimeter, 2982, and this should be 606. We're reading just shy of 600, but that's close enough. Okay, are we ready, guys? So we want to take off in that direction, so we need to taxi in the opposite direction. Another windsock standing straight out. Which way? Okay. Yeah, so we want to taxi down to this end. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's back taxiing runway 9er for a IFR southbound departure. Rota. And we're IFR. We're direct to Andersen TACAN. Okay, did say we were back taxiing. I'm going to go ahead and get the strobes on since we are on the runway surface. Alright, Melvin. Melvin's gonna bug out one leg early. Yeah, a little bit of a late running stream tonight. But hey, thanks for stopping in. Saw your messages earlier. But yeah, it worked out okay. We were without power almost all of last night, but everything's been good since before sunup today. So all good. Thank you for checking in. Downwind sim is here. Yeah, we got just about over a foot. I'm talking earlier that normally the pattern is, Baltimore and DC gets a ton of it, and we get less because we get a little bit of a temperature buffer off of the water, off of the Atlantic. But this one was a true nor'easter. Came right up the coast, ton of energy, dumped at least a foot of snow on us. 12 to 14 is what they were saying. I don't know, maybe slightly less. I don't know, 8 to 14. And Baltimore got barely any this time. So this one caught us by surprise. We were without power almost the entire night. We had wind gusts up in the 40-50 mile an hour range on top of that. So it was really challenging for the crews to repair the power. So it took them until 4 this morning and to do that. Since then, though, we're good. Roads have been plowed. I'll show you the pictures. Yeah, it was a bad one. Down with him. I'll show you the pictures here in just a moment. Alright, mix is full. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 9er. IFR southbound departure. Right hand turn out, Rota. Takeoff power. Okay, a lot of right rudder in, left aileron to keep the wings level. We'll keep the gear out until we're sure we don't need to return to pavement. Okay, I think we're good on the initial climb. We can lower the nose, get up to 105. Gear and flaps. We'll get the RPMs off of the red line there, 24 and 24. Gently release the rudder input. There we go. Start the climbing right turn to join the airway if we get it, if we receive it. Rota traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is clear, runway 9er, and we're on the right-hand turnout, 4000 south westbound IFR. Rota. Okay, let's lower the nose, make sure we're not pitching up, losing our airspeed. 24 and 24. Did we get the gear and flaps in? We did. Pitch to 105. Okay, turn it all the way around to our on-course heading. Okay, roll it out. Trim to the 105. Okay, getting good climb performance now that we're out of the turn. But we may or may not... Oh, we are. We're receiving... Okay. Interesting. So we're receiving that TACAN. We're not getting a guidance signal off of it, but we're getting a distance off of it. So we're not going to be able to use it for guidance, but we can use it for DME, which means we can fly the DME arc. This is going to be a goofy one, guys. This is not going to be at all like the coach drew it up on the chalkboard, but we'll have some fun with it. Now oh man. We're going to have to do the DME arc totally by the numbers, and we're not going to have any kind of aero guidance at all. Oh, jeez. Okay. This is going to be a challenging one. This is going to be a pretty sloppy arc. We can do it, though. Alright, that one's simple. So, yeah, you know how I talk about, and for the benefit of the others who may not be regulars. So, I've spent most of my life in the Baltimore, D.C. region, right? Suburban Baltimore, and then I worked in College Park, Maryland for a while, which is basically right outside of D.C. So that's what I'm used to climate-wise. Down here on the eastern shore of Maryland, all the way out by the Atlantic coast, we got a little beach resort town, a little beach resort town in the off-season, pretty big beach resort town in the peak season. 300,000 people in the peak season. But whenever Baltimore and D.C. gets snow, like even though we're not a year-round beach climate, right? We're a beach climate probably 4 months out of the year. But just because we are right near the Atlantic, in the wintertime, we tend to hold about 5, maybe 10 degrees, 5 to 7 degrees on average warmer than the Baltimore and D.C. region. So when the Baltimore and D.C. region gets snow, which they do a handful of times a year, normally 3 to 5 inches is not uncommon. Occasionally more. Rarely more. Normally down here we get rain because, our temperature just holds, just that tiny little bit warmer. DC and Baltimore, get slightly below freezing temperatures, and we'll be slightly above freezing temperatures, and they'll get, snow up there, and we'll get rain down here. Well, this one defied that. This one hit us with a full force of a nor'easter coming up the coast with all kinds of energy, smacked in the middle of a cold air mass. Dumped about 12 to 14 inches on us. Let me show you the pictures there down with some. Hold on. So this was our front yard. You can see though that they're going to drop. They got the roads plowed pretty promptly. This was this morning. The roads were already down to bare pavement. Hang on a second. Yeah, let me show you the backyard. The backyard, you can really see how much it was. So here's the backyard. You can see how badly it's piled up on the table and the deck chairs and the table and the sofa. I hope the TV survived. I have no idea. And the hot tub there is like, we've got no hope of getting in that hot tub right now. We got to unbury it first. So yeah, we got a little bit of snow to deal with. So yeah, we were without power basically all night overnight from about 11 p.m. to about 4 a.m. we were without power. So it was a little chilly. We were huddled up with dogs. And of course, I have a medical condition where if I don't have power, I don't have sleep. So I did a lot of catching up on sleep early this morning, and then another little nap this afternoon. But as you can see, they already plowed us down to the roads, down to the pavement, and we had there's a neighborhood lawn care service that came over and dug our driveway out for us. So we're good. Tomorrow should be mostly back to the routine. Fuel pump can come off, by the way. Common traffic advisory frequency at Andersen Air Force Base is 126.2. So we're going to keep 4,000. We're going to join this 17 DME arc. The DME arc is off the TACAN, so we're going to really fudge this. We're going to have guidance from the DME, but we're not going to have guidance from the VOR, right? And then the localizer will be on 110.1. We can actually just put that down here. .1 and what? 064. If we go missed, straight out, 051, okay, it's 3,000. And again, we won't have that TACAN guidance, so I'm not going to be able to tell if I'm on the 051 radial or not, but basically straight out to 3,000. We can fudge it again. Is it melting already? It's hovering pretty close to freezing here for right now, so I don't think much of it's melting. It's going to get real cold overnight. Might be a little bit of refreezing on the roads. But like I said, the roads are pretty much down to bare pavement anyway, so I think we'll be passable. Yes, downwind sims looking at 50 tomorrow, 70 on Saturday. Yeah, I think it's supposed to get up. I don't know if we're not expecting 70 anytime soon. I think we're supposed to be back up in the 50s later this week, so it might not stick around for too long. I'm going to set the arrow. Okay, we got the ILS guidance there. I'm going to set the arrow to the 064 just to help us in terms of guidance. So this is going to be interesting. I'm going to just turn out until the number. We're going to get down to a 17 DME arc again. I don't have. It's a TACAN, and we don't have the TACAN, but we do have the DME. Oh my goodness, we got the Raiders from the jump seat. Well, this is going to be interesting. And it's 2,600 feet around the arc. This is going to be interesting. So we're gonna kind of fudge this DME arc. We have no directional guidance. We've got a DME only signal, and we're going to try and turn it out to the point where 17 just stays 17. Reminds me of a Steely Dan song. Oh, we overshot it already. Keep the nose up. Let's keep 4,000. We can get down to 2,600, but let's get down to 2,600 once we're established on the arc.
The June 6 raid.
Okay, 16.4. I haven't seen it move. $16.5. Okay, so now we're back to increasing. So let's watch it get out to 17. And then we'll make a turn to try and keep it at 17. Alright, thanks for the raid from you guys from the jump seat. Alright, we're 17 miles. It's still increasing, so I'm going to turn, we'll say 20 degrees left and see what that does for us in terms of that DME increasing or decreasing. Okay, so a straight westbound heading for right now. And then the ILS is 110.1 that's down here. So when this comes in, we'll know. So we're doing good. It's decreasing a little bit. I'm going to correct out 10 degrees. It's right on 17 again. Right on that 17-mile arc for right now. Just ever so slightly bringing it around to the west. $17.1. Okay, let's turn it 10 degrees west, 10 degrees left. And we're pretty well established on the arc now, so what do you want to just start bringing it slowly down to 2,600? We'll say 3,000 just to afford ourselves a little bit of a buffer. We're still at 17.1. Let's put in another 10 degree left correction here. Yeah, this is lunacy. Well, first of all, the weather that we're flying in is lunacy, but the other lunacy thing is fly a DME arc with absolutely no directional guidance. We're doing it all off of the, just off of the distance. Okay, there's 17.0, so I'm going to just correct it back out just a couple degrees. That's where we want to keep it. Bring it down to 3,000, legally 2,600. And bring the power down ever so slightly. 17.1, let's go 10 degrees left. Let's aim for just a 240 on the heading. And then let's just trim it out right at 3,000 for now. Yeah, what did we got the resubscription there from Scotty Too Hottie. Thank you for Scotty for the resub. Thank you very kindly to Moose and Sim Caesar for the raid. Did it say something about a June 6 raid? That's what I thought I heard, but I can't see the message. It was a 61-month raid.
The little rascal has spirit.
Sim Caesar is here.
Spirit?
We're 17.2, so I'm going to turn a little bit more to the left.
About 11, sir.
So we're going to aim, we're going to fly a 220 for now. Hope to bring the mileage from 17.2 back down. Okay, there we are. Slowly bringing the RPMs up, but the power down. Aiming to keep 3,000 feet. 17 DME arc. We just don't have any directional guidance on that arc. Okay, there's 17.0, so I'm going to keep steady on the steady as she goes in terms of the heading here. Alright, RPMs are at 24, power's nice and backed out. We're good, we're trying to keep 3,000 here, so we can go 2,600 if we need to or want to. So we can let it slowly drift down to 3,000. Alright, we're bang on the 17.0 right now. I want to just... 17.1. I'm going to ease it around to about a 215 now. Try and keep it right on that 17.0. Actually, let's just make it 210 even, because we want to bring it back down from 17.1 to 17 nothing. Easing the power down just a little bit. Okay, there's 17.0. Let's just keep it steady on the 210. When we end up perpendicular to that's when we're really going to have to watch this ILS needle, because it's going to bang over pretty quick. When we're almost perpendicular with this, that's when we need to transition to watching this. We might not get glide slope until we get within like 15. But we want to intercept it at 2,600. Actually, want to intercept it once we get inbound, we'd descend to 2,100. This is what we're flying. This is a TACAN. This is a military TACAN approach. That's why we don't have the guidance. But once we get established on the final approach course, 2,100 is the intercept. I saw it tick up to 17.1, so let's crank it around to the left a little bit. Now we're slipping from below 33,000. I'm okay with down to 2,600 on this arc right now, but I want to have the extra altitude just to keep us nice and legal. Considering that we're doing everything else nice and legal by not having the equipment for this approach, at least want to get the altitude right. And the weather, by the way. We're making all kinds of fantastic aeronautical decisions today. Okay, 17.2. We need to actually turn it in a little tighter now. We've drifted out another 1/10 of a mile. So now I'm flying a 200 on the heading. Now we're 3/10 of a mile. Let's turn another 20 degrees. Just bring it straight to a due south. Okay, that got us to 17.2. Let's see if we can lose that other 2/10 here. $17.1. Intercept was what? 2,100. Okay. Okay, so there's 17.0. I'm going to just turn it out 5 degrees away. I want to chop off that corner of the circle. Corner of the circle. Listen to me. I'm a geometry expert here. I want to chop off the corner of the circle too much. Yeah, okay, so we chopped it in a little too tight there. Now we're at 16.9. So I'm going to correct back out to the right just a little bit. So we're back out at a 190 heading now. There's 17.0, okay. So the 190 gets us additional tenths. At this point, 180 probably keeps us right on it. So let's just go ahead and turn it into that. Looks like we've got another 30 degrees around the arc to go before we start looking at banging onto that final approach course. I'm going to go ahead and let that altitude start creeping down. I had wanted to keep 3,000 just for safety. I'm going to go ahead and let it start creeping down to 26. And I'm going to go ahead and take another 10 degrees off of it at this point. Turn it to a 170. Just feeling it. When does the 180 become a 170? Just feeling it. We're spot on right now. We're 17.0. Okay, I turned it a little bit too early. A little bit too early. We see the 170 got us a 16.9. I'm just going to keep... I'm not going to correct back out. I'm just going to fly this straight heading until it corrects itself back out. Off schedule says, yeah, $42.99 is fair. Yeah, for what you get for this, it's really detailed off schedule. And what I think you'll really like is it's extremely detailed in terms of engine simulation. To where you'll want to check the oil in this aircraft. You'll want to do a sump check of the fuel to make sure there's no water in it in this aircraft. You will want to check to see if a rag has been left in the engine intake in this aircraft. You're not sure that $42.99 is fair? Oh, I think you'll find that it is. When you realize how much they've done in terms of modeling extremely precise details of the engine systems and the pre-flight walk-around, maintenance, upkeep of the plane, I think you will find that it is. I mean, worth it, not worth it is always in the eye of the beholder, right? I guess I can't really make a determination for someone else what is worth it, what is not worth it. It's your money. You know, is what your money means to you is different than what my money means to me. However, it is an extremely detailed model, and certainly they've put in enough work to justify that price. Whether it is worth it, of course, is up to you. All right, so there's 2,600. I'm going to trim up. We're going to keep 2,600. We're still at 17 miles out. I'm going to just... Now it's 17.1. I was just going to say, we need to start just edging it around just a tiny little bit here. Now here's where we got to be really, really careful. This localizer, when it starts coming through, we're on a perpendicular intercept. When it comes, it's going to come hard. And I didn't mean that to come out. I guess I got to watch my phrasing on that. But when it shoots, when it starts swinging, it's going to swing. It's not getting any better. I'm going to stop talking. When that needle starts to move, it will move fast. 17.2. Yeah, so we now, at this point, I'm turning basically onto a perpendicular heading. I'm going to go ahead and turn onto an intercept heading. As soon as the needle starts to move, we can start reducing from 2,600 to 2,100. Alright, so there we got our glide slope in as well now. I want to keep 2,600 until we actually start intercepting that final approach course. 2100, we should intercept at 6.7. Wow, did I turn it that early? I thought I was really good on that that timing. I turned way early, it seems like. Okay, now it's coming in. It's coming in. All right, we're not too bad. We're not too bad. All right, now I can slowly start letting it come down to 2100. Do need to correct ILS 6 right. Andersen traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is 15 out for ILS runway 6 right. Andersen, full stop. Right hand turn off if we make it down. Straight out to 3000 if we go missed. Need to correct a little bit to the left still. 2600, and we can bring it down to 2100 for the intercept. Okay, locus back on. Intercept is at 8.3. No, 6.7. I think I see the runway actually. Ooh, another nice lightning strike. We're a little left to center line. I'm going to correct to the right. Guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel touch runway surface. No bot command necessary on this channel for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative, whether you mean a descent, whether or not you put the minus sign, we'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. The entry, the next winning entry will be drawn on Friday. So real close. We do it toward the end of every single month, so we're real close to this one. Okay, got the runway in sight. Back on loc, we're above glide. We're supposed to intercept 2100. I'm sorry, we're below glide. We're supposed to intercept at 2100, 8.3 miles out. Okay, prop and mixer full. Fuel pump can come on. We get yeah, gear's still up, flaps are still up. We're a little right of center line. Glide slope's starting to come down. We're not supposed to intercept it until 2100 at 8.3, but just to make sure we're not intercepting like a false lobe or something, we definitely want to verify at 8.3 miles out that we're at 2100 on this thing. Yeah, it's not liking the fact that I'm bringing power down so much. Even with flaps and gear, but we're still 10 miles out. Andersen traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is 10 miles out, runway 6 right ILS. Andersen, full stop. Okay, 8.3 at 2100. Okay, because we're pretty much tracking the glide slope now. And I'm at 2,900. Alright, it's going to be mad at me until I get gear out. Localizing glide slope down here on the second gauge, by the way. That's what we're watching. .3, 2100. I'm showing 2300 and I'm low. So it's not lining up exactly. It's close though, I guess it's fine. Oh, I'm looking at, should be 6.7. I'm looking at the wrong reading. UAM is 6.7. That's the DME I should be looking at. So 6.7 at 2100? Okay, yeah, that's making a lot more sense. Yeah, short final, I want to get it down to 80. But I'm still 7 miles out, so I don't want to get it down to 80 just yet. Now it's saying I'm well. Now it's saying I'm well above. Well, that's because I'm still at 2100. Okay, well, let's. Yeah, sight picture looks like I'm high as well. We'll get it sorted out though. Excuse me. Andersen traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor is now 5 out for ILS Runway 6 right. Andersen, full stop. Okay, so now we're back on glide. Lope's looking good. 5 miles out, 100 miles an hour. It's not actually knots, actually miles an hour in this gauge. But we'll bring it into about 3, maybe 2.5. Yeah, we'll say 3. We'll bring it into about 3, and then we'll get the speed from 100 down to 80. Nice stable approach, but there's still plenty of time for us to mess it up. Yeah, that's where we are off schedule. Says this is Andersen Air Force Base in Guam. I flew a DC-10 here once in real life. Yeah, we're flying something a little bit smaller today. Over 20 years ago, right? I know. I have to shake my head when I talk about my trip to Paris, London, and Scotland, which was now over. Actually, it was 30 years ago this year. Alright, 3 miles out. We're going to go ahead and bring the speed down to 80. Second notch of flaps is in. Drifting a little high on glide again. Of course, I'm kind of watching these trees. And let's do a better job of a nice, gradual but assertive reduction of power, and then just hold the attitude until it touches down. No trying over controlling the pitch this time. Just hold the flare attitude and let her come down. All right, there's our final notch of flaps. Andersen traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor, short final, runway 6 right, full stop, Andersen. Doesn't look like there's much of a crosswind, if any, so no excuse. Speed's a little bit low on short final here. We want to be 80 over the threshold, but then we can start letting it decay. Kick the rudder over before we touch down. Make sure we're tracking nice and even down the line. Okay, power's coming back. Rudder kick. Nose is coming ever so slightly up, and then just let her come down. There we are. Still overflared just a touch, but not too bad. That looks like the runway is a little bit of an artificial trench here. I imagine the real runway is not quite so sloped down from the parking pad. I don't know. I'll schedule descent spin here. Maybe he can tell us. I'm guessing that's a simism there. Oh, that's a closed taxiway. Let's not do that. And that's also not taxied to the... let's also not taxi so fast that it registers on the airspeed gauge. All schedule says I was there 25 years ago and only once I don't remember. Yeah, this just seems odd to me. Unlikely, in my opinion, that it would be, well, it's definitely not this pronounced. Come on. Holy cow, look at that. Alright, let's get cleaned up. Flaps, strobes, landing lights, pitot heat, and a fuel pump. Andersen traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear, runway 6 right, Andersen. Alright, where are we going to park this sucker, guys? Let's go over here by the control tower. So, lovely VFR weather the entire day. Absolute perfect adherence to VFR minimums the entire time. We'll park here at the control tower. Why not? All right. So 1,000 RPM, so let's lean it to the point where it starts to drop. Right to there. Alright, yeah, a nice long stream. Let's go ahead and close it up. Alright, final number 37 is the one that registered. So let's see how we got how you guys did with your predictions. We're gonna go back a ways here. 45, 88, 67, 55, 35 from Null Pointer. That's only 2 away. We'll see if we got anybody closer than that. 100, 81, 43. Oh no, that was the previous one. Goodness. That was, I went back too far, guys. I went back too far. Here we go. Downwinsome came in with a 55. Strudel came in with a 57. Oh, no. Those were the only 2 guesses? Well, then Downwinsome gets it with the 55. Where is this? PGUA. And that actually is going to end up being our final entry for this Friday's landing rate raffle. Wednesday stream will be VATSIM Air Traffic Control. And then Friday we've got a special giveaway going on. Celebration of 2,000 YouTube subscribers. The landings that night will be scored on a scale 0 to 500 in terms of your accuracy. The more accurate you are, the better the score you get. 500 would be a perfect prediction. We're going to do 2 landings, so the top 3 predictors out of 1,000 possible points are going to get prizes on Friday. So that'll be 50, 25, and 15 for the top 3. Friday we'll also do our drawing for these raffle entries. We got a bunch of pages of those, and we'll choose one on Friday. That person will be eligible for a prize from the Slant Alpha Prize Vault, which includes the T-shirt, ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag, which I will ship to you at my expense, or you can choose an electronic gift card to Amazon or Xplane.org store or simmarket.com. Oh, Null, okay, yeah, Null did get, so okay, wow, I didn't scroll all the way down. Yeah, Null Pointer, yeah, you did get that one. Got you. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, my chat window got stuck there for a second. I didn't. Thank you guys for catching me out on that. So 55, 57, and then Null Pointer did come in with a 45 there. Yep. So there you go. Null Pointer 3. Thank you guys for catching me out on that. Null Pointer 3. PGUM on 223. Alright, cool. Thank you. Sorry about that. Almost missed you. Didn't make it all the way to the bottom of the conversation before I awarded that. Alright, you're taken care of. You're good to go. So you're in Friday's drawing. So again, Friday we got 3 things going on. We've got the drawing for the entries that we've just been doing. We're doing the landing rate raffle entries all month long. Friday we'll choose one. And the person whose name comes out of that fishbowl gets their choice of any prize off the Slant Alpha Prize Vault list. The Slant Alpha branded shirt, ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag. If you don't want any of that garbage, you can opt instead for an electronic gift card to Amazon or Xplane or Sim Market. Xplane.org store, I should say, or Sim Market. Then on Friday, the 2 landings that we perform. Knocked my mix lever down. Did you hear the engine almost die? The 2 landings that we perform on Friday are going to be scored 0 to 500 in terms of how accurate your predictions are. So out of the 2 landings, you have a possible 1,000 points, and the top 3 closest predictors across the 2 landings will get $50, $25, and $15 gift cards, your choice of Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. That is in celebration of 2,000 YouTube channel subscribers that we just crested within the last couple of weeks. Then the other thing on Friday is we'll be unveiling our bracket challenge. We've technically already unveiled it. The information is already up in our Discord. We will be officially launching our March Madness bracket challenge, our 4th annual bracket challenge on the live stream. That is where we're going to submit your predictions to the NCAA Men's Basketball National Championship Tournament. The selection Sunday is that 3rd Sunday in March, and then the tournament starts on I think the selection Sunday is the 15th or 16th, and then the tournament starts on the 19th, if I recall correctly. The dates are plus or minus. I'm doing that from memory. But if you want to get in on that, the information's on our Discord server there. And then after the tournament concludes, the top three point scoring brackets, they'll get prizes of 50, 25, and 15. Your choice of any of those 3 electronic gift cards. However, if your top bracket also beats my top bracket, then that prize that I just said doubles. So the prize amounts potentially, if the top 3 all beat out my best bracket, top 3 prizes for that are 150 and 30 for our 4th annual NCAA Men's Basketball Bracket Challenge. So information on that is over on our Discord now. However, like I said, we'll officially launch that on Friday. We'll talk about it in more detail. The other thing that is happening on Friday, well, let's talk about the rest of the week, actually. So we go to vatusa.net. Under Pilot Tools, Events Calendar. We got Sam Saipan. Sam Saipan, just hit the follow button. Appreciate you. Thank you very kindly. Our typical show schedule, and in case you are new to the channel, our typical show schedule is Monday nights, Wednesday nights, and Friday nights at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. For right now, that's Midnight Zulu on the day ahead, and in a couple of weeks it's going to change to 2300 Zulu as the U.S. switches from standard to daylight time, and just next week from this weekend, actually. But here's the rest of our week. This is Monday the 23rd, so we've got a Wednesday night at Richmond and Charlottesville. I did take a peek during our intermission. I'm controlling the finals for Richmond. So if you guys fly into Richmond, you'll talk to me on short final. So make sure you make those intercept terms promptly when I give them to you. Thank you, appreciate it. But we'll be featuring the Washington ARTCC. Will be featuring Richmond and Charlottesville for that stream on Wednesday night. So hope that you all will get a chance to fly in for that. And then on Friday, we got the Caribbean Friday Night Ops event. So we'll be doing the BAE 146, and we're going to do Barbados to San Juan, and then San Juan to Juliana. I forget which order I decided to do these 3 in, but we're going to cover all 3 of the featured fields: San Juan, Juliana, and Barbados. And the BAE 146 from Just Flight, that'll be on Friday. We'll get started at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, Midnight Zulu time. Midnight Zulu time on the day ahead. All right, so that will be Wednesday and Friday stream again. 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is our start time for all that stuff. I hope that you'll be able to join us. We've got like I said, we've got the raffle drawing. We've got the drawing, the giveaway for landing predictions for those 2 landings on Friday night. We got the ATC stream on Wednesday. We got our March Madness bracket challenge. We'll be officially launching. So all kinds of fun stuff going on, guys. Hope that you'll stop back and see us. Let's go ahead and shut down the aircraft. R6 Chavez stopped in. Strudel says, my Slant Alpha outfit is almost complete. I got the hat. Need to get the shirt and the pants. And when are we doing Slant Alpha shoes? Oh my gosh. I don't know if we're going to do branded shoes for Slant Alpha, but that's great. That's fun. That'll be your Halloween getup, right? When we go down to ZDC Live in October, we'll do a dress up day, and you can please don't do that. For God's sake, please don't do that. All right, friends. Well, let's go ahead and wrap up. Who we're going to send the raid over to? We got a handful of. We got a handful we can choose from. There we go. Let's go ahead and shut down the aircraft, guys. Get the radios off. 1 and 2. Transponder can come off. Let's get the ADF off over here. We get the avionics switch off. Let us go ahead and yeah, let's go ahead and pull the throttles down the rest of the way. We got all the electronics are off. Pull the throttles down. Engine should stabilize at 500-600 RPMs, and then we'll pull it into mix cutoff there. Fuel and magnetos. And what did we end up with fuel, by the way? We had plenty. We had 9 gallons left in each tank, so all good there. Nav lights, beacon light, and battery. We can go ahead and pop out of the aircraft here. We'll get the latch, get the door. We can get the control lock on as we make our way out. And then we'll do a quick run around to grab up everything. Where's my... okay, there we go. Matter of fact, we can go ahead and close up the door now. And latch that there. We're not going to do any kind of a check of anything. We just need to get all the static elements back on. We'll get the tie down, get the chocks on this side. We'll get the pitot cover and tie down the chocks on that side. Tie down on the back. Oh, did I not? Didn't quite clear the end of the stabilizer. All right, and we'll get all the luggage out of it as well. All right, friends. Well, that'll do it. That'll wrap us up for the evening. And oh, nope. We're right out there. Okay. All right, well, that wraps us up for the evening. I really appreciate you riding along with us. We had one that flew along with us as well. So thank you so kindly for that. Let us go ahead and send you over to Ibanez Player 200. It's looking like he's looking at Navigraph charts. He's doing some cargo ops. It doesn't really say in his title exactly what he's doing. He's doing Atlanta to Cincinnati, it looks like, based on what he's looking at in his Navigraph charts app. So we'll go ahead and shoot you over to him. And hope that you enjoy his stream. Tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love, guys. We'll see you back Wednesday from the Tracon building, Potomac Approach, Richmond Finals position on Wednesday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, midnight Zulu time on the day ahead. Let me get this raid going. All right, there we go. So the raid's underway, and I hope that you all will hang out with him and tell him Slant Alpha sends his love, and then we'll see you back here Wednesday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, midnight Zulu time on the day ahead, and we will be in the virtual Tracon room working Richmond Finals. So I hope that you all will get a chance to hang out with us that evening, maybe even fly in and out of Richmond. But in the meantime, between now and then, we truly appreciate you hanging out with us, and hope that you'll be back. Hope that you'll be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures between now and then, friends. Take care. Good night.